Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest. On a 100-kilometer beach, or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From jungle hideaways and secluded mountain cabins.
This is what it's all about. I love it.
To coastal sanctuaries and desert retreats.
It does something to your soul.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
It was amazing because it was lost for 70 years.
And meet the people who live in them.
People come in and say, oh, wow.
No one's expecting it.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. The Eastern Townships in Quebec, Canada, are 2 hours east of the city of Montreal. The area is renowned for its open countryside and pristine lakes. This is where city dwellers come for an adventure in the wilderness. The mountains and cliffs here are the perfect place to build a secret home with the ultimate view. Teetering on the edge of a 25-meter-high cliff, this small but perfectly formed home basks in the surrounding wilderness. It's called the Binocular Cabin. The owner and mastermind behind this daring clifftop home is Pierre-André.
When I came here at the first time and I was walking, I was doing snowshoeing here. And I fell in love with the view here.
Bewitched by the area, he decided to buy a plot. But got a little bit more than he bargained for.
I didn't know I was owning the cliff. I thought the cliff was close to the land I owned, but when we did the survey to build the house, he told me, actually, you own the cliff. Then the total project changed. I said, well, we have to focus on the view. It was like if I was winning the lottery game. I was so happy.
Entranced by the view, Pierre decided to design the house like a pair of binoculars, gazing out from the side of the mountain.
I see it right there. It was just like a vision we had. I knew that I want to have a house with 2 cubes or 2 models with 2 different functions.
The house covers 85 square meters. 2 simple blackened wood cubes are linked by a covered walkway. The larger of the 2 contains the living space. Open-plan kitchen diner, which leads out onto the terrace, and a bathroom. The smaller cube contains 2 bedrooms. Constructing the cabin, perched 25 meters above the valley floor, was a huge engineering feat. Pierre worked with architect Stéphane Razelet to overcome the challenging terrain.
There's not much room for error. The idea was to get as close as we could to the edge of that cliff where we've got an 80-foot drop. And with the engineers, we tried to go as far as possible without being dangerous.
Standing proud on the mountain, the binocular cabin conceals an unusual design secret. On approach, it's hidden from view.
Since the road is sort of curved, there's this effect of surprise. We start seeing these two black volumes. There's this sensation of not knowing really if it's a house or a refuge until we walk in. And then we walk into the living room and then, wow. So there's this element of surprise.
What surprised me about the house is just look at the view. It's beautiful. You're so close to the cliff like this. You don't see the ground from here.
To focus on the panoramic views, Pierre installed windows made up of 3 giant panes of glass. The panes are connected together with silicon. The kitchen area is compact but fully functional, designed to take up very little space.
With a house that is less than 1,000 square feet, you have to rethink about things. Usually, the stove, in North America, the standard is 30 inches. We try to put like a cooktop that was smaller, like this. And same for the dishwasher. The dishwasher is way smaller than what we were used to. I really like things to be invisible. You don't see the washer dryer. Again, it's hidden. I really like things that are hidden.
This sleek finish continues into the hallway.
If you look at the wardrobe here, you know, it has to feel like that this is a wall.
The master bedroom sits in the smaller of the 2 cubes. Minimalist in style, the eye is drawn to the dramatic views.
It's not like a huge bedroom, but it gives everything that I need. Still facing south, you have like with the big windows and the view also. When you open the curtain in the morning, you have the sunrise. And after that, the sun is going like this.
Hovering precariously close to the cliff top, Stéphane pushed the boundaries of this home over the edge.
We built the house as close as possible to the cliff as we could. This is as far as we could go with anchoring the foundation. But then we wanted more. So what we did is we extended out the whole house by about 6 extra feet. So inside the house, we really had the sensation of being over the edge of the trees and floating into midair. We gave a slight angle to the edge of the wall on this side. The house sort of looks like it's tipping over. This sort of emphasizes this feeling of projection and cantilevering out the house.
Engineers had to reinforce the foundations of the cabin to enable it to protrude over the cliff edge safely. They hammered the rock with pneumatic drills and drove metal piles deep into the bedrock. They constructed concrete blocks on top to form a firm base for the cabin to sit on. The binocular cabin offers a rare opportunity to commune with nature. Off the main cube is a small terrace, strategically placed to catch the evening light.
One of the volumes is more oriented westward, and the other one is more oriented eastward. Would, on one side, take advantage more of the sunset, and on the other side, that would take more advantage of the sunrise.
The house is nice, but the terrace is pretty great when you just want to chill and have a drink. At the end of the afternoon, the sun is there with the sunset. It's minus 35. The dare is just to go barefoot and just go and jump in the spa with a drink. You're sitting in the spa and you still have the view. I feel I'm pretty fortunate just to be here. Just a little jewel in all this nature. I'm pretty proud of it, what we've done with the architect. Wow, the view is just like, yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
This house is a testament to Pierre's determination to create a wilderness retreat with the ultimate view. (5,200 kilometers east is the northern Portuguese city of Marco de Canaveses. Sitting at the meeting point of the River Douro and River Tamega, it's an area of outstanding natural beauty. Clusters of houses here nestle into the steep hillsides, offering a tranquil way of living. (900 meters above sea level), set deep into these hills and shrouded by dense forest, lies a home that appears firmly rooted into its surrounding. This home is called the Cloaked House because it is almost completely enveloped by trees. The owners of this house, engineer Rui Afieira and his interior designer wife Alexandra, built this romantic hideaway to escape from their busy lives in the nearby city of Porto. It took them a while to find the perfect spot, but when they saw this, they knew it was the right place.
I call Rui and I say that I love this place.
So we said, yes, this is perfect. And if you are in love, we buy it.
When creating the Cloaked House, it was important for Rui and Alexandra to keep this beautiful part of the forest as unspoiled as possible.
This place is magic, very, very magic. Everything is very, very beautiful. You have harmony with the nature. I feel the flowers live with me, and I live with the flowers.
You mingle with the nature. It's what we do. We try to mingle with the nature, nothing more.
The home is built into the side of a hill. It's a mere 100 meters square and constructed all on one level. There is a 30 square meter terrace that projects out 6 meters into the forest canopy. The terrace leads into the open-plan living room and kitchen. At the far end of the house is a bedroom with ensuite bathroom. The terrace has sliding doors which enable the space to be opened up. Niches have been cut into the terrace to accommodate existing trees. This fantasy cabin is crafted from wood, steel and glass to blend into its natural environment. The open-plan living space is suspended over the forest floor. Its elevated position makes the most of the light and view. Sitting next to the living and dining space is a small but efficient kitchen.
What we are trying to keep is a functional kitchen with space So everything that you have here is integrated in one side of the house. Try to have all the functionalities together. So on that we concentrate everything in one place. The walls is to be free, to be completely free without any disturbance.
The home's clifftop position gives a sense of living in the treetops. One side of the house sits next to a secret natural spring.
The land stops more or less here, and we are suspended on the lake.
The spring water falls into a man-made lagoon. A gentle trickle during the hot summer. During the rains, this becomes a magical waterfall.
When people see the house and say, hey, the house is amazing. But when you come with the people here and say, look what is coming from over there to down, and they just say, what?
This is my favorite spot because everything is happening in here. I stay all the time in the summer in here. I put my feet in the water. I listen to music and read also. And we talk about everything in this place.
They really are living with the forest and in the forest. Hiding in plain sight in the main open-plan living space, there's another surprise. A special nook in the house has been created to allow the forest flora to grow up through the very heart of the structure.
The tree is very near. Could be a very big living room, but we didn't want to take the chestnut tree. So we cut the house to keep the tree.
Preserving all of the trees and vegetation on the plot was an important part of the brief given to architect Ernesto Pereira.
We don't cut off any trees. We have to adapt completely the house to the land. The big word is respect. We want to respect the land, respect the nature, and live with nature. When we built the balcony, we left space to tree continue growing and continue moving with the wind and everything and the balance of the balcony. This is a light structure, and if you need to increase the holes, it's a 5-minute job. For me, it's not a problem at all.
Ernesto fell in love with the secrecy of this area as soon as he started work on the job and visited the plot.
I don't know no one who arrived here and don't want something like that. It's amazing. It's the power of the land, the power of the nature.
Designing the house around the existing trees was the easy part for Ernesto, but building the structure was a huge engineering feat.
The complicated part is no machine arrives here. If we cut the trees off, okay, we can put here the big machines to bring the big windows, the big beams of wood and everything. No, we have to construct here. Everything was a challenge, everything was an adventure. The windows was a nightmare. Glass with 600 kilos by hand is not easy.
As much of the house as possible was assembled off-site. The rest had to be carried in by hand. There's another reason why this house fuses so effortlessly with the woodland outside. Ernesto topped the house off with soil from the forest instead of roof tiles to help blend the house into its surroundings.
The roof is another major part of the house because, like you see, the roof become nature. We don't have big plants because we don't have a lot of earth layer, but the objective is to filtrate the water, and after that, let the waters go to the lagoon. It's a completely free maintenance roof. You don't know where the nature starts, when the roof ends. This is what we want. The nature take completely part of the house. I believe when the nature take part of the house will be completely amazing, more amazing than now.
To preserve its natural setting, the house is not attached to the rock face. The structure only touches the ground in 16 places on 50 centimetre square concrete blocks. The support posts for the terrace also sit on concrete blocks. Bolts tie the structure to the underside of the building. The support posts are angled to look like they are a part of the forest and to give the illusion that the terrace is suspended in the treetops. At the far end of the house is Rui and Alexandra's bedroom. The room has 2 glass walls to take in the views, but it has an ingenious feature to keep it secret from the rest of the house.
If I want privacy,
We have a
secret
secret
door. And I can close my bedroom like this. Nobody knows.
And there's another surprising feature in Rui and Alexandra's hideaway. And it sits just off their bedroom and can only be accessed through the ensuite shower.
This is a jacuzzi that we come from the shower. It is a completely outdoor jacuzzi.
Open to the skies and to the forest, this is the ultimate in secret luxury.
Nobody thinks that they're going to see something like that. And the people almost don't believe. But when we open this and they see, no, you don't have that over there.
There's one more water feature concealed in the grounds of the house, a secluded swimming pool.
For going to the beach or something like this, we still go there, but not so often. Before, when it is warm, you didn't need to go there every day. Now we don't go so often, of course. We have the swimming pool here. We can keep the girls close to us and them be
Can
with
stay in family.
Be-
It's very
be with-
important for us. Stay in family. And the girls like to be with us in here, and it's more comfortable to the girls. The place is amazing. We can listen to the birds when we wake up. We can see the magic of the trees, the flowers. This is a dream come true.
Rui and Alexandra live in a small but beautifully formed gem of a home, as close to nature as it's possible to be. "720 kilometers southeast lies the tiny Spanish village of Fontanars dels Alforins. The land here is a mosaic of vineyards and olive groves. It's the perfect place to hide away. But constructing a home in protected landscape like this is not easy. Tucked away off the beaten track, hidden by its natural surroundings, sits a modern countryside retreat. This is the cottage in the vineyard. The cottage is owned by architect Ramon Esteve. Built as a holiday home, somewhere he could escape to. For him, it's the perfect spot.
I always liked to have a house in this area. I have my house in the city center. It's a little bit noisy. I need to disconnect sometimes, and the best thing to disconnect is the nature for me.
The cottage covers 450 square meters and sits on one level. A central concrete hallway connects the house to a series of protruding wooden cubes. At one end is the spacious master suite with dressing area. Next to this are 2 guest bedrooms with bathrooms. In the center, there's a living room and a large kitchen. This leads to a large covered living dining space, garage, and storage area. All of this sits in 130,000 square meters of Spanish countryside. With nothing but the wide open landscape for company, Ramon found his perfect place to unwind. This area has tough building restrictions, so he wanted to come up with a discreet design in keeping with the local architecture.
When you approach, the house is hidden behind the trees. It wants to be modest. You don't reveal the house.
As you continue your approach, the intrigue builds. Looking more like a glass window, the front door is a tiny opening on the side of the house.
You go through the small box door, and when you arrive, it's like an explosion of space.
The central hallway connects wooden cubes which house the living spaces. All walls and floors, and even the furniture, are made from pine. The unique wooden cabin design gives a sense of intimacy, and it feels as though the natural world lives within the very structure of the house.
You are protected with the box, and at the same time you have opened a big screen seeing the outside.
The large windows perfectly bridge the gap between the modern interior and the landscape beyond. The kitchen has stunning panoramic views of the vineyards.
This is a house to share with friends, and the best place to share everything is the kitchen. It's a dining room, at the same time as a kitchen.
Ramon wanted a space he could entertain, socialize, and cook in. He had to come up with a design that could cleverly convert and hide away any sense of it being a kitchen.
To integrate hidden all the cupboards like an oven, with the advantage you can open and you became in a normal kitchen, and when you finish, you close, and it's part of the living area.
The discreet design flows right through this house, and the focal point of every space is the view. And the master bedroom takes this concept even further.
It's very nice to wake up in the morning with that window focused to the landscape, that you feel like you are sleeping in the middle of the nature. The only thing that you can hear is some birds, nothing more.
And there's something even more amazing about this space. The mirrored bathroom creates an incredible illusion that immerses you in nature in the most magical way.
the sink area. For me, it's very amazing. When you are washing your teeth, you are inside the forest. This small space is one of my favorites in my house. It's a surprise. When you are here, this effect is a simple effect, but it works very well.
The house is made out of wood, galvanized steel and white concrete that has been textured to resemble the pine used throughout the home. Ramon wanted the outside to be the very essence of the house. But he went one step further and created a space that completely opens out to the natural world.
I like to listen to nature, to listen to the birds, and that strong contact with the nature.
At the touch of a button, Ramon can effortlessly connect the house with the outside. And the result is spectacular.
The aim of this space is to reproduce the living area of the house outdoor. I have the living area, the dining area, and also the kitchen.
To open up this space, Ramon designed 2 9-meter motorized doors, one on each side of the cottage, that draw back to reveal the landscape. Each door is constructed from galvanized steel and wood. A U-shaped track in the upper lintel holds the door steady as motors draw it along rollers. On the ground, the door moves along a track set flush with the floor. Remote controls open the door, which then hides completely into the adjacent wall. What an incredible place to relax and enjoy nature. And there's one final secret that Ramon couldn't resist having in this space.
Here is Valencia, but it's the place of the paella. And to make a paella, outside is the best place to do it, better than inside.
Hidden behind 2 doors, Ramon created the perfect place to cook his paella and entertain friends. A barbecue that can be hidden away or opened into the central space. But just occasionally there comes a time when Ramon wants to hide himself and the house from the outside world.
Every room has a door to hide in the 2 sides of the window. In some way, when you open the house, you engage with the house. It's like a ceremony of welcome, and when you close, is that you say goodbye.
Ramon has created a true place of beauty and the perfect place to escape. The cottage oozes calmness and allows its natural surroundings to filter right through the property.
With this house, I am very proud and I am very glad. I found more than I'm looking for. When I see the landscape, I feel calm, I feel relaxed, I feel happy. I came here when I was a child, and now when I came here, I feel connected with the landscape. I connected with my memories.
(1,200 kilometers northeast is Lake Maggiore. Just south of the Alps, it stretches from the Italian region of Lombardy up into Switzerland. It's a wild mountain landscape with breathtaking views. Along these shores, on a small plot of land, sits an unusual home with hidden depths. On the northern edge of the lake lies the village of Caviano. This is a tiny community of old stone houses and quaint streets. On the edge of town, with only a fraction of the structure visible from the road, sits this small cube-like building. Behind this facade lies a house seen by very few. This small and compact house is called Casa Dem, which means the house. The owner and designer is architect Jerome de Muron, who lives here with his wife Paula, son Damien, and dog Nuna.
I just bought 130 square meters where the house is on it. So basically it's the house and the parking lot, and that's it.
To create a family home here on this very small footprint of land, the house had to be tall.
It was a big challenge to put everything what was required for us to live in this small house, because the plot was very small. The house is about 80 square meters. And there we had to put everything which was required for us inside.
This tall, thin house has been built on a tiny plot of land on the side of a hill across 3 floors. On the top floor is the living space, with kitchen and dining area. On the first floor are 2 bedrooms, each with an external terrace and a wet room. At the bottom level, there is a cellar and workshop. Jerome chose to build his contemporary new house in a way that helps it blend in with the traditional homes in this village.
The house is built in concrete, basically. And the house itself, we try to get the same proportion as the old houses are. So at the front, they are low, and at the back, they're high. So that's also what we try to redo.
From street level, the 3-story house looks like a simple 1-story building.
If you come here, you can't even imagine that it could be a house. The door is a big opening where we can regulate if we want privacy or if we want to have the connection to the people who walk through.
On the other side of the door, there's a concealed courtyard with a small seating area. An internal door brings you into a compact, open-plan space. Simple grey concrete walls and floors make the home feel bigger than it actually is. There's a functional kitchen, which leads to a small dining area and an unexpectedly large living area.
The house is divided in 3 levels. Here is the upper level where we live. The house is designed that everything you need for the kitchen, for example, is hidden. Also the office, as the computer. If it's necessary, we can work here.
In this minimalist home, everything is stored away in discreet cupboards. Even the curtains have a secret hideaway.
The house is designed to have the privacy, so it offers enough. But in some occasions, when the sun is coming from this side, so we need sun protection, and we have these curtains hidden here.
To make the most of the space, all of the furniture is bespoke, made by Jerome himself, even the unusual coffee table.
The furniture also is integrated in the architecture. This is, on one hand, it's because there is a few space, and it was also important to have it in wood, so it is kind of contrast to the gray base materials of the house.
Down an internal staircase, on the floor below, there's a separate toilet and wet room. There are 2 bedrooms, son Damien's bedroom and the master bedroom. In keeping with the minimalist design, functional necessities such as doors are pared back and simple.
So the doors are made just in wood, so to touch it's very good. And you can open it just in this way. It was also important to have not handles to touch the wood and not another material again.
Off each bedroom, there's an enclosed terrace. With so few external windows, Jerome needed to come up with a way to bring light into the house and channel it down to the floors below. His ingenious solution, light wells.
These holes is a kind of repeating idea of the house. They're in the facade, they are in these areas. Even artificial light is integrated in the architecture as a whole where the light is inside. So it's taking part of the architecture.
To achieve this, a skylight channels sunlight from the roof down through the stairwell to the rooms below. Holes have been cut in the concrete walls to flood the building with light. The largest opening is on the lakeside courtyard to make the most of the spectacular views.
Even if we are here on the height of the trees, so it was so nice to have the view, even if there are small views, but to have it to the trees.
Jerome had one more design trick up his sleeve to bring light into the concealed home.
So the main idea of this courtyard was to have the light inside. So in summertime, when the sun is coming, it's reflecting on this side. So the wall was important for that.
Through creative design, Jerome has achieved his dream of building a compact family home in an area he loves.
For me, this house is very like a cave where I can go back and relax and where I feel safe. And it's also very good for me to work where I live. So if my son, for example, goes to school or comes back, I can get home to see him, even if it's 5 minutes, or I have a straight contact to the family. That's what I really like.
Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest, on a 100-kilometer beach, or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From stunning lakeside escapes and secluded mountain cabins,
Our favorite activity is sitting here and looking at the view.
to coastal sanctuaries and city treasures.
Spaces like this can cause the spirit to soar.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
The whole thing is on the move, all the way along this coastline.
And meet the people who live in them.
We fell in love with the nature, the sea. It was a love at first sight.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. Lying in the southeastern corner of Austria is the province of Carinthia. This area has more than 200 lakes and is known as Austria's Riviera. It's an oasis in the Alps, filled with turquoise waters and stunning scenery. It's the perfect place for a lakeside hideaway. Many houses line the lakes of this region. But there's one that's at odds with its more traditional neighbours. Hidden amongst the trees is a house that's full of intrigue. Rising from the ground to overlook the water, this is the panoramic lake house. The owner of this one-of-a-kind home is Maria Planigar.
We were thinking about building a family house for several years. It's not easy to get a ground here because there is a quite high demand, but we had luck.
Maria is also the architect, which gave her the freedom to take its design one step further.
This building is an extraordinary building because you dare a little bit more if you are your own client. It was a special property because it was very narrow. We had to do a lot of landscaping. Every tile, even if it's the base or is the roof, has a number. Every tile and every stone is made by measure. The roof with this complex form, like a wide wing, what folds over the sleeping rooms, is very special. I would say inside it's a little bit conservative, and outside it has the wow effect. I tried to realize all my dreams. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to build my own house.
The house covers 650 square meters and is spread across 2 buildings. In the main house, the first floor contains the master suite with bathroom and dressing room. There are also 4 further bedrooms on this level, each with their own bathroom. On the ground floor, there's an open-plan living space, separate kitchen, utility area, and bathroom. Behind the main house is the guest house, containing a double bedroom, living area, kitchen, and separate bathroom. The long, narrow plot gave Maria the opportunity to hide the house as much as possible as you approach it from the street.
You arrive here, we plan that you come over a bend, and then you pass the garden. It's a part of the landscape. The form is following the landscape.
Maria carefully designed the house so that its location right on the lake comes as a surprise.
Here we are in our main open space. You have already the holiday feeling. That's the wow effect, because now you have the full view to the lake.
And it's not just the view that gives this house the wow factor. This home is full of the latest technology.
It's a little bit like James Bond.
Key to Maria's vision was high-tech gadgets like glass doors that open at the touch of a button, effortlessly blurring the line between inside and out.
You feel the connection between inside and outside. It's one big space. The nature comes into the room. It feels that you're sitting suddenly outside and not it's inside.
Maria has made the most of the view from every room in this house. A challenge when it came to the kitchen, which sits right at the back of the space.
The position of the kitchen was a big discussion. The kitchen is the center of a family. If it's closed, it's a separate room, but I love it if it's open.
Maria came up with an ingenious concept to have the best of both worlds. The wall that divides the kitchen from the living space retracts, dropping to give Maria that amazing view.
When we have guests or if the kitchen is messy, we close the wall. But when I cook, I love to have the view and to see the scenery and the lovely mountains and the children running around.
Upstairs, each bedroom has access to a wraparound deck. The whole house gives the feeling of sailing across the lake.
As the property is very narrow, the first idea was the shape of a speedboat. There's definitely the feeling of a ship. Even the materials, like the wood and the glass and the angle of the railing, it has definitely Nautic feeling, I would say.
The roof of the house sweeps towards the water and helps create that ship-like feel. Maria wanted the roof to be sleek and for the roof tiles to blend with the rest of the building. Each tile or panel was individually fabricated and made from lightweight fiberglass and concrete and is just 13 millimeters thick. She also wanted the building to appear minimal and sleek, so didn't want any guttering. To achieve this, a gap of 8 millimeters is left between each of the panels to allow the water to drain to hidden gutters below, and also to allow the panels to expand and contract as the weather changes. The result is a seamless roof that flows out towards the water. There is one more surprise hidden within this panoramic house. Maria wanted a sociable space for the family to enjoy together by the lake. But she didn't want it to impose on the main house.
We thought it would be a good idea to have a beach house. We didn't want that it's so dominant, so we hide it in the slope.
Maria designed a separate beach house, which sits hidden beneath the main garden. From the house, you would never know it was there. With a large living space and a sauna, it's a place the whole family can enjoy.
In the summertime, most of the day, the whole family is next to the lake and in this room. It's a great relaxing area. And even in wintertime, we love it when there comes the fog over the water and you enjoy this mystic scenery. The friends of our kids, they are really amazed and they always think, that's a cool house. We are open house, everybody's welcome, and we enjoy this to share with friends.
(6,700 kilometers west is the American state of Washington. Here, just an hour and a half inland from Seattle, lies the beautiful Mount Baker-Snoqualmie National Forest. Extending for more than 225 kilometers, this spectacular wildwood is home to snow-covered peaks and deep mountain meadows. This remote setting is the perfect place to build a secret home. With the faint sound of the River Ty in the background, a quiet gravel track leads deep into the forest. Hidden in amongst the trees, and invisible until the last moment, is the Ty River Cabin. The owner of this woodland retreat is Jim Dow. He runs a construction company and built this hideaway himself 5 years ago.
This cabin was always about a place to be quiet. It's a place to come and read a book. There's no TV, make a fire, cook some food, and about hiding out in the woods and recharge so that I can head back to work Monday morning just ready to go.
Jim's cabin covers just 58 square meters over 2 floors. The living accommodation is on the upper level, with 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a small kitchen and lounge. Downstairs, there's a garage and storage area, housing the utility appliances and wood for the fire. The home sits nestled into the forest, immersed in its surroundings. The structure is built from a combination of reclaimed wood and steel panels. These exterior steps lead to the living space.
Okay, so this is the entry to the cabin. Then, bam! Holy moly, look at that.
I just feel like the whole world is gone.
Work is gone, problems are gone. You have no clue what you're gonna see when you get here. It's just so beautiful.
The cabin looks out onto a spectacular natural landscape. And the inside of the home reflects this with a simple, understated design.
So there's two tiny bedrooms. They're sort of like ship bedrooms. So it's just big enough for a bed. And then a tiny bathroom with a tub and a shower. It's a Japanese bathtub, so it's not even 5 feet long. And you come out, and there's the couch. There's the kitchen with about 8 feet of kitchen cabinets. There's a 4-burner cooktop, so it's pretty small. And then a massive fireplace in the middle.
Jim discovered this idyllic plot completely by chance.
I was at a coffee shop in Seattle, and I was looking at a bulletin board, and there was a little card with a description of this pristine piece of property on the river. And I just thought, I'll go take a look. So I saw the river and this cove and this beach. It's like, wow.
I can just sit here for hours and just watch the water. Listen to it and watch it. There's something about the sound that just is hypnotizing.
I knew instantly when I saw the river, I wanted this property.
And Jim built the cabin just a few meters from the edge of the river.
The cabin is hidden by these trees that grow right up to the river.
People have come down the driveway and turned around and gone away because they couldn't find the cabin. So sometimes it's too well hidden.
When he was designing the cabin, Jim knew he wanted a simple space that made the most of the spectacular surroundings.
At the very beginning, you know, I had some ideas of how I wanted the cabin, and I wanted it really small.
Fitting everything he wanted into such a small space proved to be a challenge for the architect of this house, Tom Kundig.
He actually brought me a floor plan. I kind of fixed it a little bit for him.
It was just a pencil drawing on a single piece of paper, and I said, something like this is what I want. But the only thing that I'm really stuck on is the size. I want it to be small.
Jim, you wanted to feel cozy. You wanted to feel intimate.
Tom came back with the exact size, but nothing else that was in my sketch. So now there's 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and then there's this massive, amazing fireplace right in the middle.
The fireplace plays a hugely important role in this home, and something Tom always knew he wanted to make a feature of.
Historically, fireplaces were always in the center of a house. It's the campfire. Basically, everybody comes around the campfire, and the campfire radiates heat. The fireplace in the center of rooms generates heat in all directions. It's the heart of the situation.
I'm personally really drawn to fire. I love to build a fire. I build a fire in the summertime. It's just magical. I find it to be really restful to just look at a fire. It's just something about it is really pleasant for me.
And there's more to this fireplace than meets the eye. It's not just the main heat source and central feature of the home, it plays another crucial role. It is fundamental to the structural integrity of the whole cabin. The chimney sits right at the center of the house, and fundamentally it's a large concrete column. This column supports the roof from the center, just like an umbrella. By hanging the roof off the chimney, no supporting walls are required. And the large pivot doors can swing outwards, opening up the whole house to the forest, enabling Jim to achieve his dream of living within nature.
I would rather be outside than inside. So how do I just make the inside feel like it just flows to the outside? If you do have a corner in a room, you've basically blanked your view. If that corner opens up, you've essentially opened the interior to the exterior. And that's the idea here with these doors. Being able to sort of open the inside to the outside.
The doors are designed to merge the inside of the cabin with the forest it sits in, by completely opening up the corners of the space.
It's not like opening a window in a house because the whole wall is. So it's almost like there's no wall now. When you do open the doors, it's just like you're outside now.
And there's another reason why this cabin appears to fuse with its surroundings.
As the natural forces work on the building, it actually gets better. It just really grows old gracefully. It really grows old in a way that feels even more and more authentic to its place.
The windows are all wood, and there's no finish on them.
The structure blends with the trees that encroach on the house as they grow around it, and a hint of rust now covers the steel panels.
And actually just starts to look like the bark of the trees.
These features allow the entire building to meld with the forest. Over time, the structure of this cabin is evolving to become part of the wider landscape. What a magical place to escape daily life.
It's a place, when I'm driving up here, I can already feel the pressure going away. And when I walk in here, I just start to rest. This cabin is way better than I ever imagined.
(8,900 kilometers east, just off the Spanish mainland, lies a tiny island that few people know about. Known as the last paradise of the Mediterranean, this is the idyllic island of Formentera. Just 20 kilometers wide, it's a place of white powdery beaches and turquoise waters. With no airport and only a few proper roads, it's a place to truly escape to. hidden by pines and camouflaged by sand dunes, lies a remarkable secret home. Overlooking the Mediterranean and with little more than an old lookout tower for company, is the Island Escape House. For owners Elena Castello and her husband, Maria, there was a deep-rooted connection to this island that made building a home here even more special.
This land has been in our family for 130 years. I was always standing here and looking to the landscape. It was a place which was connected to me since I was very young.
Maria was also the architect of this house.
Our main aim was to fit very well on the landscape and to reinterpret the traditional architecture from the island. It's about finding the roots and the elements which were already here and then use it in a different way. We had always in mind two elements which are located in Formentera and which are very important for us. One is the boathouses from the fishermen all around the shore of the island, and the other is the quarries of stone, a local stone called Immerse. It's a sandstone. When they made the geological test, they found it was a hard rock on the side, very good for foundation. Both were two elements that defined the concept of the house.
The house covers 315 square meters and is made up of 3 interconnecting cabins. On the upper level of the first cabin is the master bedroom with ensuite. This leads onto the open-plan living accommodation, dining area and kitchen. In the third cabin are 2 double bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. On the lower level is another guest bedroom with ensuite, which also has its own private entrance and patio. In the centre of the house is the main entrance area, which leads onto a carport and storage area. The cabins were constructed from concrete, pine and iroko, a hardwood. The result is a modern house with a twist, and one which is camouflaged into its surroundings.
I would say that when you approach to the house, it's hidden behind the trees and you just see the silhouette, but only parts of it, so you never see it completely. When we were choosing to the materials of the outside, we took as a reference the boathouse on the shore of Formentera. When you look at the house from the outside, you see like it melts with the landscape. You don't find almost any difference between the trunk of the trees and the facade.
Maria took this camouflage design one step further. Rather than build one big structure that would dominate the landscape, he divided the house into 3 separate cabins.
When we designed the house, we always had in mind to leave the less footprint in the landscape. That's why we divided the volume into 3. I would say that the building finds itself in balance with the landscape.
A glass corridor connects the cabins together.
On the northern side, you can see through the building the views.
In the central cabin is the main living area.
This is my favorite part of the house because it's full of light. The first thing that people say when they come upstairs is just wow, because they're amazed by the view of the sea. We used wood as a principle of the main material in the house. It creates an effect of balance between all the elements in this place. It's very difficult to wake up in a place like this and not to have a good day. Trees, the sea, and the sounds of nature.
Wanting more than a single-story house, Mario had to get clever with his design. Rather than impose on the land, he had to find a way to hide some of the house. He created an ingenious secret level you wouldn't even know was there.
When we were designing the house, we knew that we could not make a second story, and also we didn't want to. Because of that, we decided to build underground.
Mario designed a hidden basement, and it's a far cry from what you expect a basement to be.
We made a basement of 45 meters long, and this was possible only with the information that the geological test gave to us.
In an effort to be sustainable, he used around 15% of the excavated stone to make the concrete that constructed the courtyards and patios.
Excavation in Formentera is a very expensive part of the building process.
The bedrock that was left, flooded with light, creates a unique feature.
The pattern left by the drilling process during the excavation, you can see all over the basement.
To excavate the basement, precision machinery was brought in to create a shape in the rock. Engineers measured and cut out the footprint of the basement in the rock using a road header. This machine creates very little vibration. It allows workers to cut an accurate line without damaging the surrounding rock. With an outline cut, workers used more traditional machinery to remove the remaining stone in the center. The result is a precise incision into the land for the basement. It's not just the basement that is hidden underground here. This house hides one more secret.
When we started drilling the perimeter of the house, after 1 week and a half, we got a call. They told me, hey, we have found a big hole. It looks like a cave. I can hide it. I was very worried of how this could affect to the whole structure. We can see the roots of a small tree that was going inside the cave.
They reimagined the cave to form a unique feature that offers the ideal conditions for Elena to indulge in one of her passions.
I think this cave was waiting for me to put my wine there. It was actually a present of nature for me.
An incredible discovery incorporated perfectly into their home.
We both feel very calm, we both feel very in harmony with the nature, and this is something that makes us start every day very well. Also provides me inspiration. I feel very lucky every day, every single day.
This house was built with so much passion, so much love, that we just enjoy every single day here.
1,550 kilometres north, set amongst the rolling hills and lush green valleys of the sleepy Gloucestershire countryside, lies the picturesque hamlet of Compton Greenfield. This ancient little village dates back over 800 years and is even mentioned in the Domesday Book. It's an idyllic setting in which to build a countryside retreat. Hidden along this quiet country lane lies something quite different and rather spectacular. This is Green Orchard, an extraordinary house clad in mirrored steel panels that blend seamlessly into its surroundings. The owners of this special home are Edna and Fred Wadham, who have lived in this contemporary home for 9 years.
The reason we decided to build a modern house was because we were building in the 21st century, so we wanted a 21st century house.
The house is set in over 2,500 square metres of landscaped garden and covers 200 square metres across 2 floors. On the ground floor are the living area, kitchen, dining room and master bedroom. On a lower level, the house has 3 further bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a utility area. Edna had a very clear idea for the layout of their home.
I'd always had a dream of having a single-storey house, but I wanted 4/5 bedrooms.
To achieve this, Fred and Edna chose to dig down to create a secret subterranean lair to give them the space they needed for this large family home.
This is the secret bit that nobody actually knows about until they actually come to the house. You've no idea that there are bedrooms and a bathroom hidden downstairs. And that's really nice.
With the living space, kitchen and master bedroom all on the upper level, it gives the feeling of a single-storey home.
We actually live on this level, so we don't need to go downstairs at all once we're up here.
There's another reason why this house is so special to Edna and Fred. The architect and mastermind behind this project is their son, Paul.
I think one of the things that I knew was going to be good about working with them is that they brought to the process very open minds.
There was no point in having an architect and telling him exactly what we wanted, because we wanted his ideas in it as well.
Green Orchard was Paul's first new build project in the countryside.
I knew from early on that whatever we did was going to be visually pushing it. And the idea of the mirror panels came from realising that we could do something which was exceedingly modern, yet at the same time quite sensitive to its environment.
The mirrored panels reflect the landscape around the house and blend it in with the countryside.
One of the things I really enjoy about the house is that if you go for a walk around the local fields, the house actually kind of comes in and out of focus, so when you get the reflections of it, different parts of it disappear into the landscape. This plot doesn't have any particular orientation. Essentially, there's something interesting to look at in every direction.
This is my coffee spot, because I can see out of that window, I can see all the garden. And then we have a sundowner. Having worked hard in the garden in between, I might actually sit over there, and then I can see out of that window. And out of that window too, I can see the reflections in the mirrored panels.
This house is packed with ingenious features that help it retain heat and keep it warm during the cold winter months.
One of the ideas that I was looking at was maybe you could actually design a building that could change its thermal performance in the same way that in the winter you put a jumper on.
Yes, this house has the incredible ability to put its jumper on when it gets chilly. The mirrored panels on the house are motorized to slide open and close to help hold the heat in. The shutters at Green Orchard work using a very simple engineering mechanism. A rubber belt with special teeth runs across the top of the window frames. This is connected to an inbuilt motor with a wheel at each end. Teeth at the top of the panels engage with the belt. When the motor is switched on, the belt moves. The teeth connect and pull the panel along to open and close the shutter. A simple press of a button controls the system from inside the house. Green Orchard isn't just a visual masterpiece, it also earns its keep. It's been built as a super low-energy home, massively reducing the carbon dioxide produced by living in the house over the course of a year.
We wanted to be as sustainable as possible, which eventually would mean that it wasn't very expensive to live in.
There are two types of solar panel on the roof, one for heating water, the other for generating electricity. A wood-burning stove in the kitchen provides the central heating. The stove can also heat water when solar energy is not available. The structure and design of the house uses a combination of materials working together to make this house exceptionally well insulated.
You've basically got a lower floor, which is made of mass concrete, and then an upper floor, which is lightweight and timber. The idea is that the lightweight timber structure gives you really great super insulation, whereas the heavy mass of the concrete means that it takes an awful lot of heat to warm it up, and therefore it tends to stay at a much more comfortable temperature throughout the year.
We were definitely pushing the boundaries of what you can actually do.
It took 2 years to complete the house, but was worth the wait as it's given Edna and Fred the perfect secret home to treasure forever.
It feels very special because it's not like anybody else's house. So whenever we bring people who've not been here before, they say, wow, this is lovely. It surprises everybody. You know, we haven't just stopped work and kind of wondered what to do. And it's given us something to do together.
I think it's a beautiful house and wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest. on a 100-kilometer beach or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From stunning lakeside escapes and secluded mountain cabins,
Our favorite activity is sitting here and looking at the view.
to coastal sanctuaries and city treasures.
Spaces like this can cause the spirit to soar.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built
The whole thing is on the move all the way along this coastline.
and meet the people who live in them.
We fell in love with the nature, the sea. It was a love at first sight.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. Lying at the easternmost point of Spain and nestled on 200 kilometers of dramatic coastline is the small town of Javia. With vast stretches of rugged cliffs and secluded coves, this is a spectacular landscape. It's the perfect place to build your very own clifftop hideaway. Perched on a hillside, surrounded by uninterrupted views of this exclusive coastline, lies a house which lives up to the majesty of its location. Tucked into a corner plot to feel secluded from its neighbours. Taking its name from the local beach, this is Sardinera House. The owners of this home are Rosa Castelví Busquets and her daughter, also called Rosa. They built the house 5 years ago.
I've spent my entire life in Javia during the summers. Before that, my mother actually spent her summers here, which is why I think she picked the place. It was my mother's dream to actually be next to the sea and to have a house next to the sea.
They worked with architect Ramon Esteve to hunt down the plot for their home.
We spent more than 1 year looking for this plot. When I arrived here the first time, it was very exciting.
360-degree view of Javia. The sea, of course, on most sides, but then the back of the house, it faces the mountain. It's beautiful.
The house covers 1,285 square meters over 3 floors. On the top floor is the master bedroom, with ensuite and dressing area. There are 3 further bedrooms, all with their own ensuite bathrooms and walk-in wardrobes. There is also a laundry room. On the ground floor is the living area, dining room and kitchen. All of these lead onto the outdoor terrace, sitting area and pool. On the lower level, there are 3 further guest bedrooms, along with an indoor pool area. The approach to the house gives nothing away, with the front door completely hidden from view.
The entrance is at the back, so when people arrive at the house, you start seeing parts of it, but until you walk to the front, you don't see the full extent of the view. The house doesn't really give itself away. You can't really see the sea when you're standing here. I get so excited when I'm back and when I'm about to enter.
Walking into the house, you pass through a narrow corridor. This teases you with a glimpse of what's in store.
They're slowly entering the area where they're going to get the full view.
It's not until you enter the living space that the house really opens out to the most incredible panoramic view.
When guests arrive, it's actually hard to keep them inside. They run to the terrace really quickly.
In a clear day, you can see also Ibiza from here. One of the features is in the corner. You have the two angles open to the landscape and to the sea.
Every time that I come here, I feel like it's a first time, because something about it has changed. It's mesmerizing. You appreciate it every time.
And it's not just the view that takes your breath away. A 25-meter infinity pool floats you straight out to sea.
When you're in the pool and you're looking out, it feels like you're in the ocean because there's almost no distinction between you and what you see in front. You don't have the perception that you're on a cliff. You just feel like you're right on top of the water and sort of floating above the sea.
The house maximizes the views from every angle, and inside is no different. With panoramic views from each of the living spaces on the ground floor, through to each bedroom upstairs. It doesn't matter where you are in this property, there's a view to be seen from every window.
All our rooms point towards the sea. I love my room. The best part is that when you wake up, the sun is rising. You know, the sky and the sea merge together and you just feel like you're in this flame of colors.
The perspective of the room is open, like the two walls are not parallel and is open to the sea.
Waking up in the morning is an incredible experience. You'll get to see the best sunrise that you've ever seen.
Even the staircase has been considered as a sculptural element, with the sea visible through its translucent glass treads. This is truly a one-of-a-kind home.
We have the highest energies classification. All the air conditioning and the heating work with the geothermal energy. The house takes advantage of the weather conditions. The sun in one side and the wind in the other side. The reason the shape of the house is open to the east part, the main facade, you have the sun in the morning until the afternoon. And the best wind here is the east in the summer. These shuttles are motorized and you can open and close in order to protect to the sun.
And there's one feature that really takes things to the next level.
We have an elevator which connects the 3 floors.
And it's actually quite handy. We use it, maybe not for ourselves so much, but definitely for the luggage.
The glass lift takes you down to the home's hidden lower level. Rosa and her family wanted somewhere they could enjoy all year. So they integrated this extraordinary indoor pool into the design.
One of my favorite things about the indoor pool is the fact that you can see the outdoor pool.
You can enjoy it outside and inside. With the window, I link both. As you walk through the house, you discover new places. But for me, it's the most special house.
But this home holds one more surprise.
Down from the garden, you have a little path. It's all surrounded by pine trees, and that is also part of our plot.
At the end of this winding path is a secret doorway.
Right behind this door, we have what we consider to be the cherry on top of the property.
The doorway opens onto a secluded cove, allowing the family direct access to the crystal clear waters of this beautiful coastline.
I feel very, very lucky. I feel very grateful that I get to experience this, and I get to be by the beach every day if I want to. It's really a joy.
If ever there was a home that turned a dream into reality, it must be this one. (6,800 kilometers west is West Virginia in the USA. The wild landscape here is a dramatic mix of winding rivers, stark cliff faces, and deep canyons. It's a harsh but beautiful wilderness, a land to get lost in, and the perfect place to build a secret retreat. Perched high on top of an abandoned quarry, nestles the appropriately named Hawk's Nest. This house is built from steel, concrete, glass, and ipe, a tough hardwood that's been known to bend nails. It's a house that's been built for all weathers. The owner of this secret home is artist Laurie Straight.
I became a sculptor when I went to France. I lived in France for almost 30 years. Then I decided it was time to come back to the United States because I didn't think that I would find the place I was looking for in France. And I was able to find this place, this quarry. It's exactly what I had in my mind.
Searching for solitude and inspiration, Laurie has created her ideal hideaway.
As you come up the drive, you get a glimpse of the house, but it's provocative because it's hard to tell what it is. and then you come around the bend, and there is the house.
This house clings to the West Virginia cliff top. The living spaces are all on one level. A cantilevered section of the building houses an artist's studio. At the other end of the house is the master bedroom suite with bathroom. The central space contains the generously glazed living area, kitchen, and dining area, which leads out onto a small terrace. The house stands on 2 concrete pillars anchored into the bedrock. One of the pillars contains the front door and staircase. As an artist, it wasn't only the design of the house that was important to Laurie, but also the spectacular views around it.
Once the house is in view, then the eye is drawn to the frame in the middle of the house where there's just the horizon and the rocks on the edge of the cliff. They become part of the house, or the house becomes part of them.
After buying the land, Laurie chose Greg Wiedemann to design her secret clifftop home.
When I came here with Laurie for the first time, we came to this very spot and we said, this is it. This is where we can make a place that is part of this view.
The staggering views reveal themselves as you walk up the open staircase.
And then all of a sudden, there it is, the river, the trees across the river, and now I see the rocks. And this is what it's all about.
Laurie wanted nothing to get in the way of this spectacular outlook.
Now we're in the center of the house. This is the part that goes over the big gap between the 2 pillars, and so we're really sort of floating on air here. The living space, it's meant to allow the beauty of the surroundings to come into the house. So the furniture I chose is minimal and designed to be comfortable, at the same time not to be the interesting part of the room. The interesting part of the room is the outside. I was happy to have the house all white, and one of the architects kept pushing me. No, you're not going to be happy with that. You need color, get color. So finally I saw this beautiful red, and I decided that that's what this ceiling would be over the kitchen. Of course, that architect said, oh no, you're not going to be happy with that. And yet, I think it's great.
Laurie wanted the design of the master bedroom to become part of the landscape itself.
The bedroom is on one of the cantilevers, so it's really floating in space. I like being here. I like having the feeling of floating, almost like a balloon being let go and just existing without attachment. It's just a magical place to be. A really nice part of this room is this corner, which is all glass and seems to be on the edge of the cliff. It is an exhilarating view. People who suffer from fear of heights don't come here.
It's most definitely a panorama one would never get tired of. Laurie's studio is at the far end of the house.
It's a real privilege to have a space to work in my house because there's no excuse for not working. And this is the spot that inspires me. What I do may not look like what I see, but it's the feeling that I have here of beauty, peace, quiet, purity, being in nature.
The greatest challenge for Greg was to create a structure that appeared to float in midair.
The house was designed to gently touch the earth. Where the house doesn't need to meet the ground, it doesn't. The cantilever here totally separates the upper part of the house from the ground. It's suspended above to take advantage of views and to preserve the natural beauty of the site.
Anchoring the house into the edge of the cliff called for innovative engineering. It was impossible to excavate foundations deep into the solid bedrock here. So Greg decided to make use of the natural cracks in the rock instead. He built 2 molds around the rock to create the supporting pillars. Workers poured 154 cubic meters of concrete into the molds to fill the cracks in the bedrock and create a solid base upon which they could build the house. Constructing this magnificent home in a remote area proved to be demanding for the team.
It was quite a challenge, actually, to build the house because the steel had to be brought in along a winding road. The winds off of the north here, you're very exposed at the edge of a cliff.
But the ingenious engineering and hard work paid off.
The house is really all about what's outside the house. And I think that's a great tribute to the architects, that they made a house that is mostly outside.
But when you have a house built on a cliff top, how do you get even closer to the edge?
The balcony is really important to me because this is the way that we got the house to be even closer to the cliff. That's the feeling with the house and with the balcony, that I'm really just over the void, just on the edge. The house is known as Hawk's Nest because you're really at eye level with the hawks. It was very important to me to be able to access the river. And then when I'm down by the river, looking up at the house, it's just one long line of windows. It's a sculpture in itself. It's a little gem. It's just perfect.
This house is a slice of modernity, sitting atop the ancient cliffs of West Virginia. Laurie has created one final secret space here, a private place where she can be at one with the view she's so fallen in love with.
The red seat is embedded in the rock, so it's a permanent fixture. I wanted to put it, of course, close to the cliff so I could be out here by myself. It makes me feel like I'm part of the land, like I belong here. It's my place.
Laurie has taken her artistic sensibilities and created a unique home in this spectacular wilderness. (6,162 kilometers northeast) is Suffolk, in the east of England. A land of big skies and magnificent coastline. Covering nearly 4,000 square kilometers, it's an unspoilt landscape of wild marshes and winding estuaries. Hidden amongst the marshes here, with only a glimpse of its structure visible to passers-by, sits something that looks like it's come from the future. Jutting out into the East Anglian coastline lies an intriguing wedge-shaped building. A home that is tucked away yet connects to the landscape and makes a very big statement. This is Marsh Hill. This contemporary home was built just 3 years ago for owners Ben Baglio and Richard Wilson and their dog Henry. They fell in love with this area after visiting regularly from London for many years and decided they wanted a second home here.
We considered looking at existing properties, but it soon became clear that it might be much more interesting and fun to build our own house.
This building is perched overlooking a river and marshland. The house covers 250 meters squared over 2 main floors. On the top floor, at the tallest part of the wedge, is the master bedroom, bathroom, and a study area. Below this, on the ground floor, is the kitchen, with an adjacent utility space. In the centre of the house is a large open-plan living area. And beyond this, at the far end of the wedge, are the 2 guest bedrooms, bathroom and a studio. In the basement below the kitchen, there's a small cellar. For Ben and Richard, it was all about having a house to take in the breathtaking surroundings, as well as large, spacious rooms with plenty of light.
When you come into the house, you enter via a quite low ceiling, and that's deliberate to give the reveal of the enormous double-height living room ceiling. You do get a sense of the entire house opening up. We have 2 large windows which look out onto the marshes.
I mean, this is the reason that the plot appealed to us.
It was important for Ben and Richard to have plenty of space for guests. So moving through the long hallway, the guest accommodation peels off, revealing a uniquely designed room.
One of the things that we wanted to achieve in the bedrooms was a feeling of coziness. It, like all the other rooms, faces to the south, so you get a fantastic view of the marshes and the reed beds.
We've got these frame mirrors, but behind it's actually a large wardrobe. We actually have one guest who came and stayed in this room and thought it was just a mirror, and it never occurred to him it was a wardrobe.
This is a house full of surprises. But building it was a huge engineering challenge. After falling in love with the site 7 years ago, with their hearts set on building their new home here, Richard discovered a major problem with the land, which is right on the River Ald.
One night, Richard was looking at topographic maps, as he sometimes does, and said, "Oh no." And I said, "Well, what's that?" And he said, "It's in a floodplain." And I thought, oh, good God, no, we'd really fallen for this place. And he had found a pretty major problem.
To limit the risks of building their dream home on a floodplain, they worked with architect Ian Bramwell.
Most of Ben and Richard's land is very low. There is one corner, which is the far west corner, which is higher ground. So the only place that we could really place a building was on this highest ground. So this is the far end of the site. It's the point where the house is at its lowest and most discreet. And we're going to look up and we're going to see the twist of this wonderful big arc of arching roof, just gliding up, so you get this fantastic curve that raises up, almost like a ski jump. When you're standing at the end of the building and you move south, you suddenly reveal the length of the building with this very long, oblong-shaped plan that you have.
And so the idea of the wedge-shaped house was born. But before construction could begin, the builders faced another obstacle. As the site was so close to the coast, the ground was unstable. To stop the building from cracking or subsiding, the site required a process called piling to take place before construction work could begin. Piling creates a strong foundation for the house to be built on. Workers drove long steel tubes into the ground up to 12 meters deep. This is done using a mechanical hammer. Once they hit solid ground, they fill the tubes with concrete. Then they place a steel beam between each pile, thus creating a solid foundation for the house so construction work can take place in a traditional way. Ian wanted this house to blend into its surroundings. so he took inspiration from the landscape and wildlife here.
We're sitting in the seaside town of Aldborough, and like every seaside town, it's occupied by gulls, and the herring gull is quite distinctive. The greyness of a herring gull's wing is portrayed through the roof. And then you have the white, the sort of underbelly of the bird, with this very small orange accent. The only colour really on the external part of the house is the orange front door, which invites you in.
Whilst blending into the landscape, the house is designed to take in breathtaking surroundings from every room.
At the beginning of the design process, obviously the view was so important to us. So we aligned the house long and thin so that every room has a view.
The views are fantastic and always changing.
One room that really connects Ben and Richard to the outdoors and takes advantage of the spectacular views is the kitchen. They've made the most of this space by adding a large picture window.
In the summer, you can open it all the way across like this. We can eat inside and be sheltered from the wind, but still very much enjoy nature and enjoy the view.
But there's more to this room than meets the eye. A secret hiding behind a hidden door.
What looks like a cupboard here is actually the entrance to the utility room.
Well, you definitely don't expect a whole room to be hidden away behind a kitchen cupboard. Concealed within this secret room is another hidden feature. A hydraulic mechanism opens this trapdoor to reveal a hidden room below. This room not only houses the pipework and controls for much of the house, it also makes the perfect cellar for Ben and Richard to store their collection of fine wine.
Always enjoy spending time here. It's just a very relaxing place to be. We love it, and we anticipate that we'll be here for a long time to come.
Ben and Richard have created a beautiful house in a picturesque location. Its clever design means you really feel like you have your very own piece of the English countryside. (1,300 kilometers northeast is Sweden, a country of outstanding natural beauty. Lying on the east coast of the Scandinavian peninsula, the stunning lakes and ancient woodlands here are the ideal location to build your very own wilderness retreat. Burrowed away into the side of a mountain, built to incorporate the granite and wood from the rocks and forest around it, is an intriguing secret home. This is the Woodland Retreat. Erika Wennerstrom is the owner of this striking home and had it built after wanting a place where she and her family could be completely immersed in nature.
Once I started looking for a plot, it proved really difficult actually to find the perfect combination, close to infrastructure, close to city, but still remote and like submerged into nature. The design of this house is not at all what it was supposed to be from start. My first idea was to have two containers, more or less, stacked on top of each other. to use also the basis of the mountain, but in different heights. But eventually it came down to mathematics. It was really difficult to get the required square meters out of that type of form. It would look cool, but it wouldn't necessarily be so functional. I completed a brief of maybe 200 pages, basically a summary or condensed summary of all my ideas and all the creative process that's been going on in my head for quite a while. The defining factor for sure was the landscape here, the attraction of being completely alone, a little bit of isolation. My kids can really experience nature as it is. Here it's totally unspoilt.
The house covers 601 square meters and is made up of 2 timber cubes cleverly linked together by a single-story section. On the top floor of the smaller cube is the master suite and dressing room. The larger cube has 2 guest bedrooms and a bathroom. Downstairs there's an open-plan kitchen and dining room with a mezzanine reading area. In the central corridor is a utility room and further guest bedroom. And this leads to the main living room and TV room. Erica wanted a house that blended into the landscape whilst using materials that honour local building traditions.
I went for the pine wood construction because it's the most traditional way of building houses in Sweden. It felt very natural to go with the materials that you could find in the wood around you.
But it's not just the materials that help to integrate this house into the forest. As you approach the entrance, its position on the rock helps to hide it from view.
Many people who come here, they call me just outside and they say, well, I'm here, but there's no house. It's so nested behind the mountain, you can't really find it. And that's what I love about it. It's totally nestled away.
From the outside, the house is modest and unassuming. Perched on the edge of a cliff face, you have no idea what's in store when you enter. A vast double-height living space with floor-to-ceiling windows helps take in that incredible view.
We wanted to maximize the light coming in, and the outward view here is fantastic. This part of the house is the area where we socialize, where we hang out. All the social areas here are like designed to use together, and we spend a lot more time all together as a family.
But when Erica is after some quiet time, she has the perfect spot to relax in.
You have the mezzanine and the entresol, a defining characteristic for the house itself. The perfect way of utilizing the mountain as a backdrop. I think this space has an important place in my heart because to everybody else it's more of a walkthrough. This has turned into my favorite spot where I just have some time on my own. I always go to this sofa and sit here and view the nature or just read a book or be on my own a little bit.
When it came to designing the house, Erica had clear ideas of what she wanted and called on architect Max Holst to help realize her dreams.
We spoke the same language, basically. I mean, the things she said about the site, about the way she wanted the house to blend into the landscape and so on, that could have been on my webpage.
Erica didn't just want to be surrounded by nature, she wanted to live within it.
You have the nature very close up everywhere you look. I wanted it to continue also in through the walls. This living room is much more like cozy. This is where we end up during the evening.
Upstairs, you feel even more immersed in the forest.
The view of this tree every morning when I wake up is amazing. You almost feel like a squirrel in the tree outside. This is absolutely the pinnacle of like harmony for me.
As well as integrating this home into its surroundings, it was important for Erica to minimize its impact on the natural terrain.
Instead of carving out or destroying or rearranging the area, thankfully we found some really good plateaus on the mountain for the foundation of the house.
To minimize the disruption of the landscape, the house sits on a relatively small footprint.
I had to do 2 or 3 attempts with the government to prove my point on using the actual form of the mountain as basis for the foundation.
Our idea was not to have to blast anything, but if we placed the house on top of the rock, it would have been too high. So we did have to blast some rock. We really liked the fact that this rock was coming into the house.
Building a house into the rock face was a complex process. To create a flat surface, workers used controlled explosives to blast a small area of the rock. They drilled small holes into the rock and filled them with dynamite. They then placed heavy matting over the top of the holes to contain the debris. Once the rock was blasted, they removed the rubble and spread a 30-centimeter gravel layer over the entire site. They used a machine called a vibrator to compact the gravel, and then they placed insulation and on top of that, a layer of concrete. This created a flat, stable surface to build the house on. The position of this house in the cliff face allows it to hide one more secret. Built right on the edge of the rock is a hidden swimming pool that you'd have no idea was there.
When people come here and they look over the edge, it's like, oh! So that's also a little bit of surprise. This house has always come with a pool in my head. I saw this pool actually in Portugal, a black pool hanging on top of an edge. And I thought, that's the pool I want to have. What I like about this pool is it just gives exactly what you need when you are pretty exposed to the sunlight as you are here on the mountain. And it's just beautiful to look at. You can see the trees reflected in the water, and yeah. It's just a beautiful part of the picture when you look out.
This is a unique home that immerses you into nature and the forest that surrounds it.
Every time I turn up my car on the driveway, it's a complete feel of like serenity. So I think this house really plays well into our role as a family. It's drawing us closer together. We do hikes, small hikes, almost every day.
Erica has built the perfect place to retreat to and created a home engineered seamlessly into the hillside. Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest. on a 100-kilometer beach or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From stunning lakeside escapes and secluded mountain cabins,
Our favorite activity is sitting here and looking at the view.
to coastal sanctuaries and city treasures.
Spaces like this can cause the spirit to soar.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
The whole thing is on the move, all the way along this coastline.
And meet the people who live in them.
We fell in love with the nature, the sea. It was a love at first sight.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. The Chiltern Hills are an area of outstanding natural beauty just outside London. Beneath these rolling green meadows sits a layer of tough, glassy grey quartz called flint. Flint has been used to build houses since Roman times, but more recently has fallen out of use. Today, this ancient building material has been given a new lease of life and has been used to create an incredibly modern and secluded secret home. Surrounded by fields and farms, with breathtaking views over the Chiltern Hills, a remote wedge-shaped structure pushes out of the ground here. It resembles a giant stone doorstop. This isolated home is known as the Flint House. It took 5 years to build the Flint House. Revolutionary in design, it was commissioned by Lord Jacob Rothschild, 4th Baron of the famous Rothschild dynasty.
When you approach the site, you say to yourself, well, what is this? Have they got an enormous rock there? And then as you get close to it, you see this wonderful material of flint. And it's an incredibly beautiful place.
Lord Rothschild worked with the architect Charlotte Skene Catlin to design this secret home.
The brief began as a house, I think, with 3 or 4 bedrooms. That was it. So it was very vague. The landscape is so extraordinary when you're here. I noticed that there was a lot of flint turned out on the surface of the earth. It turns out that flint only appears in chalk. And so there was an idea of trying to reveal the underlying geology of the site by literally extruding it from the landscape.
To create a visual balance, the site has 2 units, the main house and an annex, which is a smaller replica of the larger building. The main house is 465 square meters across 2 floors. On the upper level, there are 3 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. Each bedroom has its own terrace. Downstairs is open plan. There's a dining room and drawing room at one end, a kitchen and library in the center, and at the other end there's a living room and study. The second building is the 115 square meter annex, which contains a 2-level studio apartment. Upstairs is the master bedroom with ensuite bathroom. On the ground floor is the living area, dining space, and kitchen.
Building in flint of this scale hadn't been built in this country for hundreds of years. It's literally Stone Age.
A team of flint experts worked with engineers to transform this ancient material into walls, using a process called flint knapping. Coming from the German word knop, which means to strike, knapping is the process by which the full-sized pieces of flint are fractured into smaller, strategically shaped pieces with a hammer. The resulting shiny, flat-faced pieces are then used brick-like to build the wall using lime mortar.
This is what is so sort of irresistible about flint. There's a translucency. It's somewhere between glass and something that's alive. I just find it completely irresistible, and they've been put together so beautifully by the flint men. This is incredibly difficult to do, where everything is absolutely perfectly finished.
With the darker pieces of flint used at the base of the house and the lighter shades above, the change in colour from black flint to white chalk at roof level is inspired by the surrounding landscape.
It was very much treating the rest of the building as a sort of geological extrusion, where we've got the lowest levels, the closest ones to the ground, in huge black chunks of flint. Rising up, they get finer and finer as they go up to the top until you get to the chalk, where it sort of dissolves into the sky.
I thought the idea of a great rock coming out of that site and it being dark at the bottom and light at the top, I thought was a very interesting one.
And the modern design continues inside. Downstairs, the living space is open plan. At one end is the living area. The floor-to-ceiling windows allow the interior to blend with the landscape outside.
I think it's a fantastic room. Incredible views. Incredible.
The space created within the building was continuous with the outside, so that there are no dead ends, there are no cul-de-sacs. Each room has two ways in and out of it. I don't know, there's a strange sort of energy that's allowed when you can continue these circuits and never reach a dead end.
The living space leads into the open-plan dining area. Here, Lord Rothschild devised an ingenious way to carry the use of flint inside the home. He's designed a glass-covered dining table that displays unused flint chippings. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms are built into the wedged roof space. And look out onto the surrounding hills. The Flint house has been built on low-lying land near a stream. Charlotte saw an opportunity to use the natural water source in the design of the house to create a sense of reflection.
Water plays an incredibly important role in the whole house. This site is the lowest point of the whole estate, so all the water from the estate drains to this point. So when we first saw it, there was a pond, and there was a river that ran to the side of it. We wanted to somehow incorporate into the building itself. So instead of just being something on the edge of the building, it actually runs right through it and cuts it in a way that separates the sort of public spaces from the most private ones.
And Charlotte has created something very magical here.
This is one of my favorite places here. This is the most secret part of the whole house. I mean, the part that you would never be aware of if you saw the house from far away. It's based on the idea of a grotto, the kind that might have been found on estates of this kind.
Grottos were hugely popular in the mid-16th century. Ornate garden grottos were a status symbol, often designed to look like an enormous cave or a craggy overhang. They sometimes housed baths or even chapels.
This is a sort of 21st century reinterpretation of what that might be.
To create the grotto, Charlotte's team dug a looped watercourse around a central core. They lined this concrete channel with polyurethane. They then used a tank to divert the stream into the new grotto. The tank cleans and cools the river water to prevent the growth of algae. They decorated the walls with 8,000 kilograms of white flint and used lime mortar to secure the stones and allow them to breathe. This new watercourse is controlled by a series of weirs. In the event of a flood, there are overflow pipes that redirect the water back into the stream. This mysterious grotto holds one further secret.
We've got the reflective dark surface of the water and this black mirror above it. And by using these two reflective surfaces in parallel, you have a sort of infinite space. And it also draws in the whole landscape from outside. You see grass and trees and the movement of the water, but you see it flipped on its head, and so you look at it in a very different way, in a way that you don't when you just see it as it normally is.
I'm incredibly proud of it. I think it's a great asset to this state. I think it's a great asset to domestic architecture, and I'm thrilled.
This rugged, flint-walled house really is one of a kind. It has successfully taken an ancient Roman building material and reimagined it for the 21st century. "980 kilometers southeast, on the border between southern Switzerland and northern Italy, lies Lake Lugano. The area is known as the Monte Carlo of Switzerland, with its snow-capped mountain vistas and Mediterranean climate. The glacial lake covers almost 50 square kilometers and is famed for its mesmerizing panoramic scenery. On the banks of this magical lake, in a hamlet and barely visible from the street, sits a glassy structure which reflects the stunning landscape around it. This is the secret lake house. Huddled away in the sleepy community, this glass marvel is the home of long-time local residents Oliver, Nicoletta and their young family.
The town is a little town.
Very small.
500 people. The landscape, it's incredible.
Nicoletta had always dreamed of living in a contemporary home away from the busy town of Lugano.
I was living in a traditional house for 70 years, and I want to build a new house, a very, very modern house, with very, very big windows because the light is very important to me. The feeling is like I'm on holiday all the time. That's my feeling of house, because when I come back to my home, I want to be quiet. I think the house, you will love it or you will hate it. But I love this house.
The house is on 2 levels, built into the slope of the land. It is a steel frame construction combined with concrete and glass. Upstairs is all about open-plan living. There's a spacious lounge with a combined dining room. And on the other side of the house, there's a sleek modern kitchen. There are outdoor terraces off each of these main spaces. Downstairs, there are 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a study and play area. The vast windows allow the outside of this breathtaking home to merge seamlessly with the inside. The design is all about taking in the amazing lake views whilst maintaining the home's privacy.
This is my favorite area of the house. When people come here, they say always, wow, always. The lovely view, also in the nights. This space is amazing.
A corridor leads to the kitchen, which is cleverly tucked away.
The light, for me, is very, very important. I want a house with many, many, many windows. The outside changes every day. You feel the season so close. The feeling is quiet and relaxing, and for me, it's a problem to go outside.
The white walls look seamless, but encased in the paneling, there's a secret door, where a staircase leads down to the hidden lower level.
This is the internal stairs. The difference between the first floor and the second floor is a big difference. More or less 70% of the house is downstairs.
The lower level is even more secluded.
You will see this is a very, very private space. We are down with big window, big trees, nobody see you. The feeling of the room is bigger because when you wake up in the morning, you will see the trees, so the privacy is total.
The rooms at the back of the house are built into the hill, so don't have windows. Clever sun tunnels channel light down from the garden into the rooms below, bathing them with natural light.
And you will see the natural lights. You can see the cats, you can see my children playing outside. So the feeling is like you stay in a boat. You feel like a normal room, not down.
Nicoletta was inspired having seen the work of Italian architect Jacopo Mascheroni.
So the glass is still perfect here. It was a very simple brief. A house with, of course, a spectacular view. We decided to place the living area in the best possible viewpoint. glass wall all around, so you could enjoy light from morning to afternoon. It was very tricky because it was on a deep slope. It's something that blends into the nature and into the garden around.
One of the most complex and costly parts of the house to create was the curved glass pavilion.
The glass, it's a curtain wall. It's like a system that you can use in skyscrapers. It works that you have these aluminum mullions, and then you have all these large glass panes that are attached with structural silicone directly to the aluminum frame.
Remote control motorized blinds hide in the ceilings.
We designed the solution with roller shades, so they totally disappear when they're not needed. The finishes are all very detailed. All the cabinetry is custom designed by us, even the sofa and other pieces. So we take care of every detail in our project. For example, the hardwood floor here, we designed plank by plank. We numbered them so they were installed in a certain way. And every detail is conceived with the same philosophy of perfection.
Outside, the roof garden takes in views of the spectacular lake. This is where owner Oliver put his stamp on the property.
At the beginning, the garden was not like this. I made a lot of changes. As you see, there is a border on the grass. There is a relationship with the house and the border because it's the same shape on the grass. There is a little bit of Orient style. When the people came here, they get astonished with the yin and yang concept.
The green roof helps insulate the lower floor in the colder months, while surrounding trees shield it from sunlight in summer.
Keeps the climate downstairs very mild throughout the year, and you don't need any air conditioning in the summer.
And the garden holds its very own eco-secret.
We are very environmentally friendly because we collect the rainwater for the irrigation of the garden. We have a large tank submerged around the top pavilion.
This is how the tank works. The green roof sits on 60 centimeters of soil and pretty much looks after itself. When it rains, the water is stored in a tank below ground. When needed, it's automatically pumped out and used to irrigate the garden. This ingenious sustainable system cuts Maine's water usage by around 70% and is energy efficient. This is a modern home full of hidden surprises.
It's a really good building to respect the land too.
We love stay at home. We love that house. My children also love that house.
With the glass pavilion offering a panoramic window on the stunning lakeside scenery, and the lower floor discreetly tucked away, it's an ingenious hidden gem on this majestic lake. (6,300 kilometers west, nestled in the shadow of the Catskill Mountains, is the town of Woodstock. The nearby woods are a place of rustic cabins and hiking trails, home to black bears, cougars, and coyotes. It's also the site of a secluded and secret home. Somewhere, deep in these woods, is a house that blends perfectly into its surroundings. It can't be seen from the road. It's barely visible through the trees. This house lives up to its name. It's the Inhabit Treehouse. The people who own this remarkable retreat are Avner and Maskit Ronan, a couple who wanted a place to share with their 4 children and dog Jackie near their home in upstate New York.
When we started thinking about building a treehouse, the thought was something very basic, like you see in children's books. But then we said, well, we want to spend more time in the treehouse, we should make it bigger.
Avner and Maskit worked with a British architect to create a treehouse like no other.
When you look at the design, it looks like a kind of a spaceship that landed in nature, but somehow still belongs. And that's what we liked about it. You can tell it's foreign, but it still feels natural somehow.
The treehouse is a tiny single-level cabin of just 46 square meters. The main room is taken up by living space, kitchen, and mezzanine bedroom. In the area behind, there's a bathroom and a second bedroom.
The treehouse is pretty secluded. You wouldn't see it. Driving by the road, there's 35 acres of property. There's no neighbors around it. That was very important for us in terms of finding a spot where you feel alone, but you're not too far from civilization.
And every time we come here, even though it's been many times now, every time we step out here down the path, it's just, wow. We wanted a place that's outdoors, so that in the summer we can spend time outdoors. The shape of the deck kind of mimics the shape of the treehouse. It's just what our favorite activity is, sitting here and looking at the view. And right now you can see even the water moving with the wind. It's quite lovely.
The treehouse took a year to build. Many of the materials came from the local forest, but the outer skin is Californian cedar. The inside is lined with pine from the surrounding mountains. The simplicity of the design is beautiful.
Here is the kitchen and the couch where you want to sit down and look at the view. So when you walk in, you just look around you. You might not notice that above the kitchen is where the bed is hiding. And it was important for us to have a king-size bed so that you can feel very comfortable. And on both sides, there are big windows, so when you lie down there, you actually feel like you're amongst the trees.
It's all open, so there's not privacy in the treehouse. The first thing you see is you see the pond and the mountain, and you see out, there's lots of windows all over.
Behind the kitchen area, there is a small shower room. This leads into a small back room used by the children. And really, that's about it. Once you have a place to eat, sleep, and keep warm, what more do you need? Apart from, of course, that magnificent view of Mount Tobias. The treehouse is a surprising engineering wonder. Two steel columns support the house at the front. These are bolted at the top to two steel beams. These beams support the weight of the house and sit on concrete piles sunk into the ground. The back of the house rests on two more steel posts that also sit on a concrete base. A low stone wall disguises the base to help the treehouse blend into the landscape. Just down from the treehouse is one more surprise, also made from cedar.
The hot tub, which sits just in between the pond and the treehouse, strategically located, so you can run from the treehouse to the hot tub, to the pond, and back, and back, and back, and back, which we think is part of the fun.
This cabin may be small in stature, but it's big in the minds of this family.
There's something inspirational about waking up and you're in the trees and walking around and you feel like you're immersed in nature.
One of our favorite things about this spot is that you can stand here or sit here and look at the pond, and Mount Tobias is right there.
Always with this project, it became much more elaborate, more involved, more expensive. Took longer, but eventually, it became this tree house, which we love.
Avner and Maskit have created the perfect playground for their children, a place where memories are being made. "5,800 kilometers northeast is Norway, land of the midnight sun. Home to 450,000 lakes and more than 50,000 islands. This is one of the most spectacular regions on the planet. Millions of years of glacial activity have carved out Norway's majestic fjords. A breathtaking crinkle-cut coastline with imposing cliffs towering above dramatic seas. It's an exceptionally beautiful and secluded country hidden from the rest of the world. The tiny island of Rennesøy is just over 8 kilometers long. Perched on top of a cliff overlooking the Mastra Fjord and the North Sea beyond, sits a tiny hamlet of traditionally built houses. Tucked into the rocky hillside and with only a fraction of its structure visible from the road, sits a bold jewel of a house. It's a hidden fjord home. Owner Ingvild Stater has loved this island all her life.
We have had a summer house as a family since I was born and really spent all the summers there. I wanted all of us to be able to be together at the same time. And when we only had one place to stay, it gets a bit crowded if we were all together. So that was really the motivation.
So when the opportunity came to buy a slice of land here just 5 years ago, Ingvild leapt at the chance.
At one point, there was this lot coming up for sale, which is very rare. I think it's the only time a lot has come for sale as long as I have lived here. But it turned out to be a quite popular auction. I think there were like 10 people bidding for it. But luckily, I ended up with it.
It's a decision she hasn't regretted for one moment.
One of the important emotions for me when I'm here is to feel that this is my own secret hideaway.
The house teeters on the edge of the cliff. It has an unusual zigzag design. It's 172 square meters and has been constructed all on one level. At opposite ends of the house, there are 2 bedrooms, each with a bathroom and their own seating area. The central space is made up of a large kitchen, living room, and dining area.
When you come to this place, you don't really see what's inside, and that's part of the attraction, that you should get a bit curious. what is it behind this wall and this door.
For Ingvild, having a house on this island is all about privacy. And that starts at this rather humble and unassuming front door.
The entrance is really modest in a corner, and you really have to go all the way into that corner to see how you have this grand view when you see straight out to the ocean.
And what a view it is.
People totally underestimate the value of views, whether it's stormy and rainy or whether it's a day like this where the sea is flat and you get so much sky here. It does something to your soul.
The whole house is positioned to look out onto this stunning panorama and make the most of the views. From the open-plan living area and along to the 2 bedrooms at each end. As president of an international shipping company, Ingvild created this beautiful home as a much-needed escape from her busy professional life. But with 5 nieces and nephews, it's also a place for family. And her family have been involved from the very beginning.
Det ser veldig bra ut.
I called Espen, who is my cousin, who's an architect, and said, you know, I bought this lot. Would you like to be the architect? He immediately said yes.
It was a decision and a responsibility Espen did not take lightly.
I thought that was a privilege, but in the same time, you know, it's not just easy to draw a house for anybody, but not especially for a relative. But I felt that that was really an opportunity to make something special out of it.
I think one of the most challenging part of the process was that I wanted to be able to see the mountain, I wanted to be able to see the fjord, the ocean, the hills, the trees.
That was actually a problematic thing, because if we worked with the straight line facade towards west, we wouldn't have any side views to the top of the island.
And so this incredible zigzag design was created.
Wherever you are here, there is like a unique view. So there's one here, and there's one there, and there's one in the next room. So when you're walking through, you get different perspectives and different parts of the view. It's not easy to capture a view 360 degrees and still have walls and everything you need in a house.
This house serves 2 purposes. It's a cozy secret retreat for Ingvild to spend time by herself. But through the genius of Espen's design, when Ingvild's large family comes to stay, extra bedrooms can be created in an instant.
To make the house friendly, I thought it was important to have all spaces and rooms in one sequence. But of course, when you have the need to divide the building into several compartments, and then we had to develop these sliding doors, which enables the building to be divided into different rooms.
This is part of the living room area, but it can turn into a bedroom quite quickly. So what you can do here is that there is another bed in here, and then you can also close off here so that when the children are here and they want to be by themselves, they can lock this door, and then suddenly you're in your own little secret space here.
Houses in this part of Norway are traditionally built from wood, but Espen had other ideas.
On this western part of Norway, the local building tradition is actually to build up wood. But viewing the rock formations here, it occurred in my mind that it should be more about geology.
Espen flew in the face of tradition and chose a grey Danish brick to blend in with the landscape. The extra-long brick is based on ancient Roman designs. It's handmade and deliberately imperfect to help create a house that looks as if it's emerged from the rock face. A fantastic idea, but it took Ingvild and her family a while to get used to it.
I was a bit skeptical And my mother was even more skeptical. She said I would get headache from all this brick. But I think we all agree now that even if it is a very solid material, it feels quite light after all. The process with Espen was quite friction-free, but we had one incident where he hadn't included any windows in the bedrooms.
That was an example of a discussion which we had for a few weeks.
Espen's concern was that if I put a window in these walls, it wouldn't look nice with a small window in a big wall. So he needed to find a way to maintain the integrity of the wall, but I needed my fresh air.
Often a problem can really be so destructive for a project, but it ends up with a lucky architectural solution in the end.
He came up with this structure where you have the wall outside, but you have a window inside that you can open, and you have some holes in those bricks. So then you're not puncturing the wall outside, which was important for Espen, and I get my fresh air.
Espen has preserved the structure of the natural rock around the house. And this limestone also plays an important role in keeping the house warm.
The heating energy in the winter is coming directly from the rock face into the floor and into the building.
A geothermal pump system heats the home. Hot, dry rock is a natural resource deep below the Earth's surface. To extract this heat, a pipe extends down 120 meters into the bedrock. The heat is channeled into a system of pipes beneath the concrete floor of the house. This energy, which is CO2 neutral, provides 93% of the heating in the home. When Ingvild bought this plot, it was all about the view and making the most of it. But as an architect, Espen had additional ideas of his own, revealing a rather startling aspect of the house, the rock upon which it's built.
It's been one of the amazing things about this house, because rock is really beautiful to look at.
Espen looked away from the view of the fjord and created a secret window. The window is something Ingvild did not expect, but it's now one of her favorite features.
When it's raining, you could see the water falling on it. When it's snowing, you could see how the snow is falling. In the evenings, when the light outside is fading, getting blue, suddenly the view shifts towards the rock at the back of the house. And it's like a painting. The structure comes out. It's magical. I never expected that a view of 2 meters could be that fascinating.
Espen has created his cousin's dream home. It's a work-family relationship that has panned out perfectly.
I have ended up spending much more time here than I would ever imagine. When it's been very hectic and busy in my work life, to be able to get here on an evening and lit the fire and have a glass of wine and go into a different mental state has been so important, so valuable. And for the family here, of course, it is important that Espen has designed this, and his mother is so proud.
As a house created by family for family, Ingvild should feel proud too. Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest. On a 100-kilometer beach? Or on top of a mountain? In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From jungle hideaways and secluded mountain cabins.
This is what it's all about. I love it.
To coastal sanctuaries and desert retreats.
It does something to your soul.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
It was amazing because it was lost for 70 years.
And meet the people who live in them.
People come in and say, oh, wow.
No one's expecting it.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. The city of Mönchengladbach is in Germany, but it's so far west it almost has one foot in the Netherlands. Today, the city is known for its dynamic theatre and performing arts scene, but this area is also steeped in history. Mönchengladbach was on the front line during the Second World War. Concrete bunkers were built to provide protection for civilians under threat from falling bombs. Here in the suburbs and hidden amongst the trees is a particularly impressive structure, a bunker built in 1945. Unfinished at the end of the war, it lay abandoned and forgotten for more than 70 years. Until someone did something amazing. This sleeping giant was brought back to life as a fantastic and very secret home. This striking home was created by artist and sculptor Bernhard Petz, who was originally looking for a place to work.
8 years ago, I don't want to buy a simple studio. I want to have a little bit special. And a friend of me, he showed me the bunker. And I say, okay, this is amazing.
A new house has been built on top of the roof of the abandoned bunker. The living area is one large room that covers 158 square meters. This space contains a section for living, an area for dining, and a place for sleeping. The bathroom and kitchen are also on this floor. Underneath the house, there is space inside the old bunker that has been converted into a workroom, a music room, and guest bedroom with bathroom. When Bernhard first found the site, it was dominated by a concrete building with walls 2 meters thick.
It was like a castle. Everything was green and everywhere was plants. It was amazing because it was lost for 70 years. When I found the bunker, I go inside and it was very dark. You cannot see the hand before your face. No roof on the bunker, and the rain is go in the bunker. I know from the first time it will be a very big project.
Bernhard didn't want to shy away from the building's history. His ambition was to bring it back into the lives of the people of the city.
This time it's very important to have a bunker to show that war was reality. When people walk past, they look, but they don't see. You can see it here, and you can touch it, and you can go inside and see it. First, when they go inside, it's the doors. The doors are steel doors, and they are old, very old, and they are heavy, and when you close, bah!
Apart from adding a roof to make the structure watertight and clearing the trees, Bernhard has kept the ground floor of the bunker very much as it was.
This is the inside of the bunker. Here you see, this is the bunker I found. I don't clean, no colors and nothing. Only a little bit art and only the atmosphere. The bunker will be the bunker. For me, it's important to show the history. We must learn about the history and not to repeat the history.
As an artist, Bernhard has created an installation in one of the subterranean rooms to remind people what this building was all about.
Here you can see a special room of the bunker because the chair and the helmet, I found it in this room. I think it's very important to respect this room because in this room you can feel the time, the history. The shadow is very important for this installation because the shadow is the dark thinking from the war. First you only see the shadow. Only when you go in the room, then you can see the soldier.
Bernhard was not only eager to bring this building back to life, but he also wanted a place to live.
First, I only want a studio, but the city was, no, you can build a house. Okay, this is a good idea. And then I know in 10 minutes, I see the house in my head, what I want to build here. It was nothing inside. It was no electricity inside. It was no water inside. And it was a lot of work.
Over 7 years, he created this arresting crow's nest of a home on top of the old bunker. The house is hidden from the streets below. The project embraces the building's past and moves it into the 21st century.
Yeah, and here you can see the house upstairs of the bunker. You can only see the house when you stand here. It's a secret hidden here. It's like a paradise because you have the water, you have a small waterfall, you have the plants, and you have the house. I don't think it's anything else like this in the world.
The garden's steel staircase leads up into the vast, open expanse of the living room.
It's only one big living space. My sofa, my desk where I eat, my bed, and my sculptures also. This was the first idea, only build one room, because you need only one room. You can live in a room, you can sleep in a room, you can cook in a room. I only need one good room to live. This was the idea. The architect later, my architect, he said, no, you must have also a bathroom and also a toilet and also the kitchen. But the room is the center of this new building.
It took 7 years for Bernhard to build the house by hand by himself. The floorboards, joists, in fact, all the wood on site is larch. The timber was sustainably sourced from a forest owned by his sister and then cut to size. The walls of the house were then constructed in sections. Bernhard hauled all the pieces into place using a crane he bought for the job, operating it himself. With the walls up, he used the crane to lay the colossal jigsaw of a roof, panel by panel. Bernhard also designed, made and installed the glass walls on his house. Each panel weighs 200 kilos. Bernhard has created a sky-high home on top of this extraordinary building. But the bunker beneath his feet conceals further secrets.
Because I live in every place on the bunker, I have 32 rooms.
He's converted the rest of the building into a gallery and huge art installation.
In the autumn, I will open the bunker and show my art and the art for my wife. The people, they're coming here and they go in this room and I put the light on and they are surprised.
And this house has one more secret to tell.
Also, because I'm a musician, we make concerts and a little opera.
Bernhard has built his own 80-seat concert hall in another of the bunker's 70-year-old rooms.
This room is the concert hall, and the concrete walls give a lovely echo, like a church.
That's not the only surprise in this room. All natural light in the concert hall comes from the base of Bernhard's fish pond above.
And when the sun shining in the water, you can see the light is like a dancing. I think it's amazing to have in a bunker a concert hall. I didn't know in the rest of the world you can go in a bunker and listen to a concert.
It takes a certain type of person to create an unusual home like this.
For me, it's so normal when I go inside in this house. Most of the people, they copy other things. I go my way and I find things in the world what the people don't want. When I'm young, I play the tuba. Tuba, nobody wants to play tuba. Everything what I do in my life, it's art. And with the bunker also. This is my art to make the bunker its negative place, to make it in a positive place. The people, they are coming, they feel it's positive. It's fantastic.
Turning a building that had a dark history into something this joyous is the perfect outcome for this once neglected bunker. And it's easy to see why Bernhard loves it so much and why he's breathed new life into it for the city he calls home. (1,132 kilometers south lies the Italian island of Sardinia. With its dramatic volcanic scenery and 2,000 kilometers of coastline, Sardinia is renowned for its relaxed pace of life. It's where white sand beaches and turquoise water draw holiday makers from far and wide. On the northern part of the island, just 32 kilometers north of the city of Olbia, lies Porto Pozzo, a small village situated at the head of an estuary. On this secluded corner, perched on top of a cliff, lies a home, hidden by its surroundings. Flanked by clear blue seas and nestled in lush greenery, is a secret waterfront villa. This exceptional home belongs to Christian and Sabine and serves as a haven away from their busy lives in their native Belgium.
We were looking for a holiday home to spend time with the children. We were looking for a location that was on the water.
We traveled a lot to Italy and it was always, let's go back to Italy, let's go back to Italy. And then we went once to Sardinia and we fell in love with the nature, the sea.
We visited about 20 different plots. This was the last one we visited. And when we arrived here, it was an abandoned house. I think it was about 15 years that it wasn't used. The garden was completely wild, but we fell in love with it immediately.
It was a love at first sight.
Christian and Sabine had clear ideas about the style of this new home.
We always wanted to make a house with a more modern architecture and to have all the spaces like we want them.
The frame of this house is timber, which is clad with granite and surrounded by glass. It covers 433 square meters across 2 levels and steps to follow the contours of the land. On the upper level, there are 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Downstairs is a further bedroom with ensuite. There's an open-plan lounge, kitchen diner, and utility room. A barbecue area and sunken seating pit provide space for al fresco entertaining. The contemporary feel flows from the front door in.
When they come into the front door, they come into the living room and then see the sea. They're really overwhelmed by the view. They are saying, wow.
The house is oriented at the back of the plot because we wanted the main part of the garden to be in the sun. The terraces needed to be in the shadow, so they're not too exposed, because in summer it can be very hot.
The windows are a gateway to the breathtaking views. Their slick design conceals one of the home's many secrets.
95% of the house opens up, so you can pull back all the windows. So you have really open space. When people come in, we walk right into the garden, almost into the sea, because we bring outside into our home.
We wanted to have an inside-outside connection, and that's why we chose the same wood inside as we did outside. The walls continue from the outside, go inside, and go through the house all the way around.
The timber-lined walls conceal another secret.
This door is the entrance to one of our bedrooms. A bedroom for 2 persons. Also, there's a bathroom connected to this room. We wanted a kids' room where it's fun to stay. We designed 5 beds, so 5 kids can sleep here. They have to climb into their bed, so they love it. This is the master bedroom. We picked this room because we wanted the nicest view, and then we have a nice terrace as well. Then this looks like a built-in wardrobe, but actually you have the entrance door to our bathroom as well.
And we even put a big bath inside the floor. And when you are in the bath, you can just see over the window into the sea.
Designing a house from scratch is exciting. But before they could get started, Christian and Sabine were up against strict local laws regarding what they could and couldn't build.
To build at a waterfront site in Sardinia is very difficult because they try to protect their nature and their coastal area a lot.
The only way to build here is to demolish an existing house and rebuild in a more ecological way, something that Christian and Sabine achieved with their garden roof.
One part of the roof in grass was because of the planning permission and the ecological aspect. The other fact is that it blends in perfectly in nature. When you see it from top, you can see that the house is completely green.
When we are up here, we have a 360 view, actually. It's just the 2 of us.
Overseeing the project was local architect Pietro Giordo.
For me, it was a big challenge because I built house from 35 years, but Mediterranean style and totally different.
Before we started the project, we made a mood board. We put in all type of pictures of different type of houses and things that we liked. Pietro translated it into a design that he thought would meet our wishes.
Pietro's master plan was at one with nature.
The house don't try to dominate the nature, but speaks with harmony with the nature. We have three materials. The glass, Sardinian granite is the same granite of the rocks. And we have wood.
Pietro's local knowledge of the island's strong winds helped with the design.
This is one of our favorite parts of the house. We have got the barbecue area with a large dining table. Because of the winds that are in Sardinia, we needed something to cut the winds off if it's too hard. And so we made glass panels that are able to shut down the terrace completely.
A series of glass panels helped to bring the inside dining area outside. The panels run on small tracks at the top and bottom. And when open, they disappear neatly behind the masonry walls. The panels are independent of each other. They can close one section at a time to either totally or partially shield the space from the strong Sardinian winds. Pietro also created another outdoor area built into a rock face where the family could relax.
I love this area because you can sit here with friends, with family, protected from sun and from wind, and sit all day long talking here because it's the most cozy corner of the house.
Journeying deeper into the gardens reveals a magnificent infinity pool with far-reaching views across the Mediterranean Sea.
For our holiday house, our family house, we really wanted to have a pool as well. The kids love swimming. We wanted to have the pool not too close from the home, but actually just in the garden between the trees, so it's a little bit hidden.
The swimming pool is more nice to swim in the sun, so we placed it on a place where we know we have a full sun all day long, 360 degrees.
And actually, when you're swimming in the pool, it's like you're swimming in the sea.
But that's not the only place to swim, as this home holds one last surprise: its own secluded beach.
Having access to our own little beach, that was an extra element for us to fall in love with the land.
You're always zen when you're at this place. You can sit outside, spending hours talking, enjoying the views. It's a unique place to be here.
It's easy to see why the family fell for this piece of paradise. It's a perfect home from home, melding modernity with nature. (9,667 kilometers west, in the shadow of the Sierra Nevada mountains, is the American city of Reno. Known as the biggest little city in the world, it's a bustling place with a character as bright and unforgiving as the sun that beats down on it for over 300 days a year. Just a few minutes from the city centre, built near the edge of this hilltop, is this eye-catching house that's packed full of secret features. The structure has been designed with sharp edges and peaks to blend in with the mountains around it. It looks different from every angle, hence its name, the Shapeshifter House. The owners of this unusual house came to the site with completely open minds.
I didn't really have any idea about what we wanted to build other than I wanted it to be contemporary and a little edgy, not a conventional house.
The house is a cathedral of zinc and glass.
This house has a pretty strong street presence, but you don't really get any idea of what's behind it. The house itself is not really evident from any of the various elevations, and there is no northeast-west elevation. It is very, very mysterious. On the other hand, if you were to look at it from the backside, it's this enormous edifice, almost like a Darth Vader mask, sort of looming out over this precipice.
The house is built from zinc, concrete, steel, and glass. It's a 3-story family home that covers 548 square meters over 3 floors. On the top floor is the master bedroom suite and bathroom. The floor below has a guest suite with bedroom, bathroom, and private terrace. The ground floor is completely given over to a vast, open-plan living room, dining area, and kitchen. This unique piece of origami unfolds into something quite astonishing.
When you enter the house, you enter through this long corridor where the ceilings are fairly low, but there is a certain anticipation as to what's going on, and then this enormous space opens up. Like a flower, it reveals itself all at once. This is the kitchen, dining, and living room. It's all one big space. Spaces like this can cause the spirit to soar and give a sense of sort of exhilaration.
When it came to designing this striking home, Peter chose San Francisco-based architect Luke Agridziak and gave him free rein to indulge his creativity.
For us, that was amazing because as architects, we're very excited about pushing the boundary of what's possible geometrically and thinking how can we make spaces that have the excitement and the depth and the complexity that nature does.
What Luke has created is an unusual home that has the ability to amaze and surprise.
You need to move through the house to understand how it opens up. By moving through it, the secrets of the house unfold.
One of the most surprising elements to this house is a secret room that goes totally unnoticed. This hidden room, which is Peter's study, is reached via a solid steel staircase. It appears to levitate high over the vast living room.
As you can see, we developed a study which floats above the public space and creates a private reading room. The library's up there, and there's also work desks, so that you're both participating in the main room, but hidden.
Peter's study is made from 3 enormous sheets of thick, polished steel. They were assembled off-site and needed cranes to lift them into position. The room appears to float above the kitchen and looks out across the living room. But this clever pod-like office is in fact hung from a pair of long metal rods. The rods drop down from a joist in the ceiling and bolt directly onto the study floor. The base of the study rests on a steel joist that cantilevers out of the wall. Peter wanted to delight and amaze friends and guests at his house. And so the element of surprise flows through upstairs.
We saw an opportunity to do something that would be both fun and terrifying at the same time. This is the gallery, or the entrance into the master suite. We decided to put in a grate so you can see through to the living room below, and it creates a certain tension as you walk over this thing, looking down about 24 feet into the living room. This is the master bedroom, which has floor-to-ceiling glass. It's absolutely glorious in the morning because you can open the shades, and as the sun hits the mountain in the distance, it's bright pink with the sun coming up. It's a spectacular view.
On a separate floor is a guest bedroom with ensuite bathroom. Each bedroom has its own private space. Designed to astonish and astound, the house contains one final secret feature that certainly does that, and more. The view and the windows that frame it. And what a stunning, spectacular view it is.
The views really are what makes the house so dramatic. Once the doors are open, the outdoors becomes an extension of the indoors, and you don't really realize where the house stops and the outdoors begins. We enjoy being in it, living in it, spending our time here. We wanted a house that we lived in every single square inch of it, and I think we achieved that.
Peter has taken innovative building techniques and created a hidden home that is impressive yet functional and very, very striking. "7,800 kilometers east are the wilds of Scotland, a country where breathtaking landscapes stretch as far as the eye can see. This place of outstanding natural beauty is the setting for a unique, secret home. Tucked away in the southwestern corner of Scotland is a place where few people live and even fewer visit. Surrounded by open countryside with nothing but fields for miles and miles around, nestles a home known as the Hidden Ruin Studio. This remarkable retreat is where owner and architect Lily Jenks, along with husband Roger Keeling and young children, come to unwind.
My family have always been in this area, and so I've grown up coming here, and the landscape here is such an important part of my psyche, I think. And my mum left this little bit of land here for me, and it was a ruin, and she had always imagined building a kind of studio up here. She partly was an artist, and after I studied architecture, I started to get some ideas about how I might be able to use the space.
The studio is a startlingly modern home built within the shell of an ancient stone farm building that has been on the site for at least 300 years. The home has been created across one main floor and is 180 square meters. There's a central living space, kitchen area, master bedroom suite, and guest suite. The inherited plot had a rich history, so when it came to designing her own home here, Lily wanted to respect the site's heritage.
What's wonderful about the site, obviously, is it's in a position looking north for a really, really long view. And it looks like there's been occupation here for several hundred years. When you arrive up the drive, most of the house is hidden actually behind the existing ruined walls. We really wanted to preserve the ruin as much as possible. And actually the ruin remains very much as it was when we found it. It was really obvious to me that to kind of celebrate the history, rather than try and recreate the exterior in stone and make it look how it would have looked, it would be more fun and kind of true to the idea if we emphasize this occupation of the site now and set up as many differences as possible across the layers, so each one is as different from the next one as possible.
To build this unusual home, Lily used a material that's not exactly traditional in the wilds of Scotland: rubber.
We chose the black rubber because we wanted something that would really be different from the natural material of the ruins. And so that black rubber exterior sits just within the walls of the ruin. And slightly as a background to it, but also kind of really nicely frames them and offsets the stone.
It's almost like a ghost of its previous form. So it's exactly the same form as it would have been as a barn building. But now just with the black rubber there, you just get this sense of what it was before. And it just lets the stonework shine.
The design became almost a game of how could you emphasize the difference more. You have the rocks, then you have the rubber, and then something completely different on the inside.
As you step through the front door, you are totally unprepared for the innovative design on the inside. You enter into this smooth, white, curving space with light bouncing in from all different angles.
People come in and say, oh, wow.
No one's expecting it.
The experience of the space is much softer than I realised, actually. And I've loved that more, that it's a kind of cocooning, soft, welcoming space, particularly in this room, which is the sitting room. And then it's divided from the kitchen area by these walls, which are part of the existing ruin. We tried a lot of different designs to try and see how we wanted the curves to relate to these. And in the end, kind of decided to separate the curves from it and allow them to stand kind of by themselves, because they're so beautiful. And they have the old windows in them, which are kind of these arrow splits, and then the kind of crack that was just always there that we just managed to save. And so they're a wonderful reminder of the history of the building on the interior. I love that contrast inside.
The extraordinary design continues through to the modern kitchen.
What I love about it is that it's so bright and light. You've got the wonderful view looking out over the hills you can see for miles.
And the window, which frames it so perfectly that it seems like a bigger view than you had before you were actually inside the house.
And you can really see how the curves and this organic form is related to the landscape around here. And so when you see these curves in the interior and then look out of the window, you can see the hills here rolling over the countryside.
It's the curving interior walls that have allowed Lily to hide the rooms within.
The way that it's designed is that the forms curve away from the windows to create this thickness. This kind of thickening and bulging of the interior allows us to have the kind of private spaces of the bedroom and bathroom kind of hidden in the curves of the wall.
When it came to designing this incredible building, architect Lily didn't want to do it alone.
I really enjoy a design as a kind of back and forth conversation where you can hold on to an idea and then push it back, see how someone else approaches it, and then you push back to them. And it would be a different project, definitely, if I had done it by myself.
To help her realise the amazing curved design, Lily worked with good friend and fellow architect Nathaniel Durant.
This part was very challenging to design. We did more than 100 3D models to make it happen. And each model had different options in terms of how those skylights, how the curves, how all these different lines would work together with the rest of the space, with the views, with natural lighting and everything else. So there were a lot of prototyping, a lot of modeling, a lot of 3D modeling, and then once the pitch roof part was done, we had to take all the measurements and adapt the 3D model to it, and then start fabricating it.
To create the ingenious interiors of the home, experts first used a 3D laser to scan, measure, and plot the old ruins. They used the scan as a guide to make a wooden frame for the curving walls to fit within the pitched volume of the home. They then positioned 1 meter by 1 meter blocks of polystyrene into the frame and carved them into the curved shapes. Finally, they coated the sculpted blocks in fiberglass. To make sure that this innovative design would work, engineers first erected it full-size, off-site in a warehouse in South London, before transporting it to Scotland for final installation.
Because we built the interior fiberglass layer in a warehouse so that we could test the scale and the curves at 1:1, we had to make sure that we were able to build it and move it in here, make sure it would fit through the doors, and that one person could really carry it. So constructing it was really like a jigsaw puzzle.
It was a great sculptural exercise, wasn't it? It was wonderful to see it in full scale in a warehouse in Greenwich.
The resulting home Lily and Roger have created is one where old and new worlds collide, which their children very much enjoy.
Kids are always surprising, but they're particularly surprising with how they deal with the architecture, that you had all planned out and all kind of aesthetically designed, and then they find their own uses for it and see it kind of like a playground.
Particularly these little things that you don't expect, like it has these very slight slopes leading into the bedrooms and into the bathrooms, and our kids can just play sliding up and down these things for hours, using it as a sort of almost like a bobsleigh down these little slopes.
But this house conceals one last secret, a room below the main floor. The bathroom accessed through the guest bedroom is a hidden gem.
From here, we've got this little secret space where actually you don't expect there to be a floor underneath, and you can walk down into the bathroom beneath. One of the great things about this space is the views out. Although it seems underground and hidden, you actually have wonderful views out all the way on a clear day over to England. And we got this bath positioned specifically so that you can lie in the back of the bath and see all the way out. It's very, very pleasing.
Lily and Roger have put their own mark on the history of this incredible site. They are the latest in a long line of custodians.
I think always when you're in a ruin, you have this sense of who was here before, what were they doing? That's really the pleasure of it, I think, of being in a ruin and kind of thinking about the past occupation of a space. I guess it almost still feels like a ruin,
Yes.
particularly from the outside, not from the inside.
Clearly not from the inside.
Such a special spot here, and I always wanted to be able to live here and to wake up to that amazing view in the morning. I think my mum wouldn't have imagined this because it's quite unusual, but she was very creative, so I think she would kind of be delighted of creating something so unexpected here.
It's our retreat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really. The cows know it's here, and that's about the size of it.
Lily and Roger have breathed new life into this ruin, which promises to be a part of the Scottish landscape for many years to come. Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest, on a 100-kilometer beach, or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From stunning lakeside escapes and secluded mountain cabins,
Our favorite activity is sitting here and looking at the view.
to coastal sanctuaries and city treasures.
Spaces like this can cause the spirit to soar.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
The whole thing is on the move, all the way along this coastline.
And meet the people who live in them.
We fell in love with the nature, the sea. It was a love at first sight.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. Stretching for over 320 kilometers across southeastern Brazil, the Serra da Mantiqueira mountain range has some of the highest peaks in the country. Mantiqueira means the mountain that cries. It's a reference to the vast number of springs, streams, and waterfalls that run down the peaks and valleys. These mountains have always been important to Brazil. From the gold rush of the 17th and 18th centuries to the coffee boom a century later. Today, this remote area, famed for its wildlife and spectacular scenery, is also the site of a secret home. Hidden amongst the local araucaria trees, an enormous wooden grid appears to hover above the valley. The straight lines and right angles contrast sharply with the undulating terrain. Yet, the house still seems to perfectly fit in its setting. This striking building is known as the Grid House. And the checkerboard home is unique. The owner of this remote mountaintop complex is Wilson Kuzuhara. His aim was to create a home in a place he has loved for many years.
I decided with my wife that this was the place that we would like to build a house. I said I would like a house integrated with nature to protect and respect all the environments.
The design of this sprawling house is inspired by the sliding doors and wide verandas of traditional Japanese homes. From above, it resembles a giant crossword puzzle. The whole area covers 2,000 square meters and is constructed in modules over one main floor. There's a living room, kitchen, dining room, TV room, and 4 self-contained family pods, each with a bed and living area. To build this dream mountain home, Wilson worked with architect Fernando Forte.
Wilson said, okay, let's walk now about 4 or 5 kilometers into the woods, and I want to show you some special place. And then we came up here, and there was like a big plot in the middle of the jungle with some little cows around. And he said, what do you guys think? You think it's possible to make an interesting house here? And we said, oh, yes, of course, just do it. We will do something great here together.
The terrain here is uneven. So to respect the contours of the land, Fernando came up with an unusual design for this isolated house.
We did not want to put a house that came from like a flying saucer that was landed here. So we decided to make it like a grid. So nature, after maybe 10, 15 years, will go across it, and we have like a new harmony between architecture and nature.
The house is so vast that covered walkways connect all of the self-contained family units. Japanese-style benches on the verandas allow visitors to rest and take in the views.
This is kind of the heart of the house because it's the passage through the house from one side of the other and the way to get into the different rooms. And you can see all the grid here in different aspects. You can see the garden underneath. Here we did a lot of pergolas. The original plan was to put glass on top of it. Before putting the glass, Wilson told us, oh, we love it like this. We'll just leave a couple of umbrellas over there. If you want to go to your room and by any chance it's rainy, you just use an umbrella.
The real luxury of this home becomes clear when you step inside. The largest part of the grid is taken up by the main living space. There's a large area for relaxing, a kitchen, and dining space. The roof comes with a surprise. Its own stream. And these Japanese-style water mirrors have been created to reflect the edges of the garden.
You can see here how symmetrical landscape is on top of the house, so it's not like trying to imitate nature. We didn't want rails all over the place. We wanted to make these water mirrors here so people won't fall down the gaps here in the structure, and so you get your feet wet before you fall down. So if your feet is wet, you're in danger. I think this is one of the most interesting places to understand the house, because we can see the araucaria trees. They are protected by law, so we have to take really good care of them during construction, but also integrate them with the grid. This is one of the children's rooms. And we sat with each one of them separately and said, okay, what do you want? You want 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom? Each one of them could choose the way they wanted this particular space for their upcoming families.
All the living spaces in this home have been specifically designed to meet the family's needs. A set of concrete pillars supports the grid house. The home is embedded into the landscape on 2 sides to form a bridge-like structure. The edges of the grid are anchored into the hill, while the pillars hold up the central section. A series of specially made steel brackets attach these pillars to the metal and wooden beams above. Two 11-metre-long steel beams reinforce the structure to avoid an excessive number of pillars. The grid house is full of surprises. It's an unconventional concept that has been brilliantly executed, and its epic design conceals yet more secrets. Two leisure pavilions jut out from the mountain. These structures sit on the highest point of the land to make the most of their magical surroundings. The rooms have 360-degree views across the landscape and provide a dramatic counterpoint to the house set in the valley below. Inside the main pavilion, there is a pool table, which leads onto a kitchen diner and living area with panoramic window. The second pavilion houses a spa with wet and dry sauna and a jacuzzi. Suspended above the valley, yet merging into the hills, the grid house redefines the boundaries of interior and exterior living. The 70,000 local species of trees planted around the site will help it merge even more into the landscape as time passes.
It's a very special place to stay. It's a secret house. It's a masterpiece.
Wilson has achieved his ambition of building an extraordinary house in one of his favourite places in the world. His dream really has come true. (9,400 kilometres northeast, off the south coast of England, lies the Isle of Wight. Known for its coastal scenery and lush countryside, this island played a big part in the success of the Allied forces during World War II. Today, an intriguing wartime relic has been transformed into an inspiring secret home. Hidden under the landscape, on the edge of the island's south coast, is an historic structure that's been reinvented for 21st century living. This building was originally constructed as a radar station during the war. Today, it's been transformed into the secret bunker house. The owners of this historic home are architect Lincoln Miles and his wife, artist Lisa Traxler.
We acquired the site 3 years ago. It was a gift of a project. You know, it's a Second World War bunker in the landscape next to the sea. What's not to love about that? So it was like the ultimate project.
The house covers 287 square metres over 2 floors. On the top floor, there is a master bedroom with dressing room, ensuite bathroom and sauna, reading room and guest room with bathroom. On the ground floor, there's a living room, kitchen and dining room. A long corridor connects the house to the old bunker itself.
It was a no-brainer in one way because it's so beautiful here, and I think the history of the place, for me, was just amazing.
Once they bought the site and decided to incorporate the old bunker into the build of their new home, Lisa undertook extensive research on the abandoned building that had been built in 1942.
It was really on the front line during the Second World War. So it was very, very important for the UK. And I think just uncovering this history and the stories behind what was going on here, it just drew me in. The more and more I looked into it, there were so many more layers to it.
The bunker had been built as an early warning radar station by the Royal Air Force to detect and track enemy aircraft and warn the nation of their approach. It was the most southerly radar station in Britain.
The idea when we were talking together about doing this project was the fact that we talked about not doing anything with the bunker, so we weren't making it into a kitchen, we weren't making it into a spare room, that sort of thing. I think we're very lucky that we've been able to leave it very pure, so it is still what it actually was.
The design of this dwelling, which hooks into the existing bunker, is done in such a way that the foundations don't meet, aren't joining, the buildings are separated by a void. That was important to us. Strip us out, and you're back to 1942.
Effectively, I described the house as hidden in plain sight. It's here, you can see it, but it's a silhouette that, what is it? It reveals itself as you go around the corners, but still not sure what it is.
Lincoln and Lisa designed the facade of the house to resemble the military camouflage system called dazzle camouflage. The striking pattern was developed originally to protect warships at sea.
Its idea was it was painted onto vessels out at sea, huge geometric patterning all over the side of the vessels. And what this did was it confused the eye. I just thought how fascinating this would be on our building. So how could we wrap our building in a dazzle camouflage?
The result is a steel system that enhances the modern feel of the house, but at the same time looks to its past. As you cross the threshold, you enter straight into the open-plan living space.
Only when you come through this door, this entrance here, this portal here, does it really unfold and reveal the brilliance of the space. This is the first time you get an experience of our home, the kitchen and the dining. It's a light-filled space. The whole sort of design intent here is to be non-fussy. The materials are all on show, cross-laminate timber ceiling, rough cast concrete and all these surfaces. We've zoned things, so there's quite a drop between here and the lounge. And then you're presented with the views of the English Channel and the landscape. This little sculpture park we have here. It's an amazing space.
The window frames of this home are quite extraordinary, as they're made from paper that has been treated in a revolutionary way.
All the doors and windows in this property are made of this paper composite. No screws, no bolts, no welding, no rusty bits, just pure paper. The material comes from skate parks in the States, very resilient and tough outside and take the bashing, and now it's been used architecturally to do doors and windows.
The paper is compressed into an extremely durable material. Up to 250 layers of pulped recycled paper are coated in resin and fused together under compression and heat. This solid mass goes through a machine that forms it into the shape of a window frame that won't rot or need any maintenance.
It is very exciting. In fact, this is the first paper door and window framing system in the world.
Upstairs is the master bedroom. And ensuite bathroom with a sauna. There's also a guest suite and a reading room. The deeper you travel into this house, the more its history is revealed. Lincoln designed this corridor to connect the modern house with the old bunker.
On first viewing, well, what the hell's going on? It's a bit of a tunnel to it. It's quite compressed with the ceiling. But then equally there's painting on the wall and blockwork walls and concrete floor. But there is something in the distance which is this sort of yellowy glow. So that's all presenting the idea of the bunker somewhere in the distance.
The bunker space is now where artist Lisa exhibits her work.
Here we are in the bunker itself, so in this little time chamber. And it's got the really brutalist walls. You can see all the marks of time. And it's a really still space as well. I like to think of it as the room of requirement, so it can be what we need it to be. At the moment, I've got an exhibition in here. So this is a space now that we've created, or we've left and let be created, that will encourage other creatives to come along, so whether it be other artists to have shows or musicians. We've had a theatre troupe here. To have this space as part of our home, I can't quite get my head around it. We are so lucky to have this space.
Lisa and Lincoln have successfully merged the old with the new in their efforts to forge a modern home around the old bunker. And this historic site conceals one more surprise.
We found when we acquired the site that we had some quite beautiful but very derelict huts, almost like a glorified garden shed.
These army huts were built at the same time as the bunker. They were used as a living space for the soldiers who operated and guarded the early warning radar system. Now fully restored, Lisa and Lincoln used them as their studios.
I think you get a feeling that you could still be steeped in history here and you could time travel a little bit. And when I think back to what these little huts were like originally, they were very, very derelict. I have a beautiful view out the window, I have lovely light, I can watch the storms rolling in across the sea, and this is my thinking space as well. I'm so lucky to be able to work from here.
Such a wonderful place to live. It's just staggeringly beautiful, actually, and we love it.
Lisa and Lincoln have created a beautiful modern home from the ruins of this derelict building, saving it for future generations and retaining a small piece of this island's legacy. 2,600 kilometers west is San Francisco, on America's North Californian coast. Known for its unique microclimate, rolling hills and liberal attitudes, it's a cool, elegant city. It is the cultural and financial center of the Western United States. But this success comes at a price. San Francisco is the second most densely populated city in the US, which makes living space here very, very precious. This is Lombard Street, the location of many classic 19th century homes. Its unusual zigzag shape has earned it the title of being the crookedest street in the world. And on this most famous of streets nestles something very different from its historic neighbors. These shadowy cedar boards mask an astonishing piece of interior design. This building is called the Hidden House. It is a home with a split personality. When owner Doug Smith discovered the site, there wasn't an awful lot to see.
It was a one-story building that had been here for the better part of 80 years. There was nothing redeeming. It was certainly not a historical landmark.
The challenge for Doug was to create a modern home on a very confined plot.
You've got, the better part of 3,000 square feet of living space squeezed into a box that is framed by 3 houses. And so it creates a great architectural challenge.
The Hidden House covers 268 square meters over 3 floors. The top floor of this extraordinary house contains the master bedroom, bathroom, and a private terrace. On the first floor, there's the main open-plan living space, dining room, and kitchen. And on the ground floor, there's an office, guest bedroom, and bathroom. Doug also needed to make the house blend into an area of much-loved traditional houses without upsetting the very close neighbors. Not easy.
I think that the architects knew that if we were going to get the affection of the city in terms of their willingness to accept us to build this, we had to acknowledge that it was being built in San Francisco, so that means bay windows. If you look around, there's bay windows everywhere.
The pared-back timber facade of this house conceals a bright, innovative, and edgy design inside.
The first thing you see when you come in is all the angles. There's a sharp, angular set of stairs, and the stairs themselves are their own geometry. And then as you look up, you see the angles coming from each floor. And it really brings the eye straight up to the skylight. And that brings all the light into the house.
The house has 2 very clearly defined areas. One side contains the staircases, and the other, all the rooms for living in. Color has been used very cleverly to separate these 2 zones.
The side of the house that you transport yourself in is the color side of the house. So it's where color lives. And that's its purpose. If you move to the other side of the house where we live, it's all materials. So there's wood materials, there's concrete, and there's metal, and there's the ceiling itself, which is in its raw form.
This house transforms those raw materials to create a bright and modern 21st century home in this 19th century neighborhood. On the ground floor is a guest bedroom and a bathroom. Doug's office is also on this level. It's ingeniously designed to open out onto a hidden space. There may be many rooms crammed onto this small plot, but the home's clever layout still leaves space for a surprising garden.
It's best in the fall. When the weather comes and turns nice, you know, my office literally becomes an outdoor living space. It's great just to be able to have this incredibly private space that's, you know, it's very zen in its feeling.
A metal staircase leads up to the hidden home's first floor.
This is the main floor, which is where we live. You've got a kitchen area, a dining area, and a living area in traditional sense, but it's all just one big open space.
Doug worked with local architect Zoe Prillinger to design this bijou yet spacious family house on this challenging plot.
The location is special. And the site itself, this property is small, it's shallow. We actually did the project as a remodel of the existing property. And so the bones of that old building are within this building on the first floor. So this project became a challenge of how to create a variety of spaces within a fairly small footprint. It's taking something that's old or conventional and doing something that's refreshing with it. So that's how it all started.
Zoe has expanded the home's original footprint to create light and well-proportioned rooms. The slats that make up the cedar facade of this house were conceived to hide the interior, but they also allow light through to all the floors inside. They have an innovative design. A unique joint allows the slats to lie flat against the house's facade. At the point where the slat touches the joint, the connection allows it to rotate 90 degrees from vertical to horizontal. This allows light to stream through to the rooms that lie behind. It's a simple yet effective idea. Above the main living area on the top floor lies the master bedroom.
It's our bedroom. It also opens you up to the outdoors. We have a sleeping area, and then there's a beautiful bathroom in the back.
The top floor of this fascinating building has one final trick up its sleeve.
This is the secret passageway, and this is the back way into the roof.
Doug has not one garden, but two.
This is one of our favorite places to be. We're on top of the world here with a great, wonderful view of San Francisco Bay and Alcatraz and the Golden Gate. This is our place to play and relax and really come to appreciate what an amazing city we live in. This is our space. This is the special part of the house, the wow factor part of the house. This is the place where we get to really bring San Francisco into our lives. We're really happy to be living here and enjoying being in San Francisco.
This hugely ambitious house is the perfect meeting of old and new. It's a jewel in San Francisco's crown. "5,000 kilometers east, the province of Nova Scotia sits on the easterly tip of Canada. This remote location, famous for its rugged landscape and high tides, is not for the faint-hearted. It's a tough place to live. So building a house here comes with many challenges. Perched on this rugged coastline, with breathtaking views over the Atlantic Ocean, is this dramatic structure. It's called the De Vries House. The owner of this unusual home is writer Peter De Vries, and it's a house he has waited for a very long time.
I bought the land about 18, 19 years ago. I was looking for a place for retirement. I was living in the US at the time. I kept in touch with the land for years and years, and finally, when I retired, I finally decided, yes, it's time to do it.
Living next to the sea has always been a dream for Peter.
I fell in love with the ocean and the water. What attracts me most about the ocean is the light and the movement. The light is different here. I don't mind stormy weather. Sometimes there's too much of it, of course. You know, you wish that every day was sunny, but such is life. You know, this was affordable, and so you put up with the weather.
The frame of the house is built from timber, steel, and concrete. It has a galvanized steel outer shell to protect it from the elements. The building covers 204 square meters across 2 floors. On the top floor, there's a library and office, spare room, and bathroom. And on the ground floor, there's a living space, kitchen, dining area, and master bedroom with ensuite. Peter worked with project architect Will Perkins to build this secret home.
I love this view of the house right here.
I do too.
Yeah. One of the best things about our job is designing these projects and building them in your head with the clients and then seeing them come to life. So every project is exciting in that way, but working with Peter was a treat. This was my first finished project, and I'm very proud of it, yeah.
This home's wedge-shaped design stands proudly on the water's edge.
The building is situated so when you arrive in the driveway, you're presented with the back of the building, which is the north side. You enter into that part of the building and you're greeted with this corridor that's quite narrow and quite tall. And as you move through, that's where you're presented with this view of the Atlantic Ocean. A kind of secret aspect of the building that is not maybe obvious at first, but has a real impact.
When it came to designing the inside of his home, Peter had a very particular request.
The most important thing that Peter brought to the table was his incredible collection of books. That was something that we attached ourselves to instantly in terms of like an exciting design challenge and a unique story that Peter brings to the project.
What I really like about this space, first of all, are these, the very nicely designed bookcases, is that it functions as sort of a library. 2 walls of books, and then, of course, the window on that side. One of the things that I asked the architect was that there be no bookcases in the living room, so that there is an area that is book-free, that the whole house did not become a monument to my books. I love books, but, but I don't want to be buried by them.
Getting the room sizes right was another challenge. Peter wanted his upstairs library to be tall and imposing, but the rest of the living spaces to be cozy with low ceilings. The design of each room also had to maximize the views. Peter wanted his home to sit on the cliff edge overlooking the sea. Making it sturdy enough to stand up to the strong winds and rain here was a formidable engineering challenge. The vertical face of the house takes the full force of the North Atlantic winds. Strong gusts could easily lift the home off its foundations. To guard against this, a large timber frame runs right through the house. This frame connects to steelwork, which in turn transfers the force of the wind into concrete buttresses hidden in the internal walls that go deep underground. This house full of books has a small secret upstairs in the library, hidden away like something from Alice in Wonderland.
So on the north side of the house, in the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, we incorporated this door. It almost feels like it's part of the shelving unit. And then you get this sort of interesting experience of being able to move through this wall of books into the second room here, where you get a view of the forest. There's almost a secret kind of hidden quality to this room from the rest of the house.
It took around 20 years for Peter to finally get to live in his dream home, and it was well worth the wait.
I'm very proud of this house, very proud of it, and I love to show it. There are 2 things that made it a dream come true. One is being on the ocean, and 2 is to have an architect actually build something that was built or designed with me in mind. I can't imagine anyone could appreciate the house more than me. I love it.
Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest. On a 100-kilometer beach, or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From jungle hideaways and secluded mountain cabins.
This is what it's all about. I love it.
To coastal sanctuaries and desert retreats.
It does something to your soul.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
It was amazing because it was lost for 70 years.
And meet the people who live in them.
People come in and say, oh, wow.
No one's expecting it.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. Designated an area of outstanding natural beauty, the Cotswolds are a collection of traditional English villages, covering an area of over 2,000 square kilometres. These lakes were once quarries that supplied the stone that built both Windsor Castle and the Houses of Parliament. It's the perfect spot for a secluded and secret home. Hidden amongst luscious foliage on the banks of one of the lakes here stands a home that looks as though it's suspended on water. This is the secret villa on the lake. The owner of this home wanted it to be constructed almost entirely out of glass to reflect its waterside surroundings.
The inspiration for the glass house goes back maybe 30 plus years. I was a young man watching a movie, and there was a glass house in there on the sea, and I was fascinated. And I always had this dream to actually one day build a glass house. I wanted to live outside. I wanted to see water. I wanted to hear water. I wanted to hear nature. It's a joy to kind of see the seasons. When, for example, the autumn leaves are falling and the colors are changing, it's there in front of you. Pretty much wherever you go, you can see the change without even stepping outside the door.
Built at the edge of the water, this house covers 200 square meters and has been designed over 3 floors. On the first floor is the ensuite master bedroom, 2 guest bedroom suites and an office. On the ground floor is the formal lounge, kitchen and dining room, a small sitting room and a further guest bedroom. Below is a home spa and leisure area. This house makes the most of the views in every direction.
So coming to the door, you come into the view straight away. There's no hall. You just get hit with this huge 16-meter facade of Lakeview with a central atrium.
The panoramic windows are 3.5 meters high.
It's just so expansive. You've got basically sight lines everywhere. sight lines to the right, sight lines to the left. So basically it's open pretty much everywhere. Well, most people that come through, including myself, you actually just take a little bit of a breath, gasp at the view. When you come into this space, you just go, wow. This is the formal lounge. It's one of my favorites, or probably my favorite room. It's a great room to watch nature because this is much more expansive in terms of lake views. It's sitting almost on the lake with the way that the room is positioned. The wall's been created specifically for the fireplace to house a chimney and a bespoke fireplace design here. The beauty of this whole space, including this room, is that it has these massive 3 doors that pull all the way open. So you can let kind of the air in the summer and just generally kind of see that the fishes come up, or the ducks and the swans come to the house.
All the rooms in the house have been designed to make the most of the views. From the master bedroom with ensuite to the office and the dining room and kitchen. The top floor of the house conceals a surprising secret.
We have the staircase, which leads what looks like to nowhere. It's actually a door, an automatic door, which opens up onto the roof terrace.
A secret terrace with 360-degree views of the surrounding lake and countryside. There are 32 solar panels up here. With a desire to make the house as carbon neutral as possible, they provide 80% of the home's electricity.
The view coming up the stairs, I mean, I never tire of it. It's like Stairway to Heaven in some respects. It's the most amazing, really, place to be when you've got a beautiful summer's day and the sun is about to set and you come out here and have a little drink.
This secret waterside home was built by a Dutch team. Developer Leo de Winter and architect Dick van Hammeren, who specialize in constructing homes on water.
I was the first one approached to do this project. We looked for a Dutch engineer, and that's how he contacted me.
For me, it was really a special project because I became involved after the engineers became involved. And he said, well, I also need a designer. And I think also looking for a designer with a sensitivity to this special context of water. And yeah, for me, that was a very challenging question.
With more than half their country below sea level, the Dutch are experts in building houses both on and below water. Leo and Dick's expertise has created one more secret within this home, tucked away where you'd least expect it, deep below the waterline.
Most people looking outside don't understand that this actually house has a basement.
Submerged under the water with windows that peek out just above, there's a leisure centre with wellness suite, spa, sauna and jacuzzi. There is also space for a full-size snooker table. And a 9-seater private cinema.
The basement, what we try to create is more space, is more private area too, for his own cinema and ever, and that makes it unique.
Growing up, I always wanted certain things. So basically everything I ever wanted has been kind of built into the house.
Building this underwater basement was a huge engineering challenge. Workers first had to seal off and pump the water out of the section of the lake where the house was being built. They excavated 4 meters down into the unstable gravel lake bed to create space for the foundations and filled it with clay to shore it up. They drove 65 steel columns down into the lake bed to form the outer shape of the basement. They positioned reinforced concrete walls, fabricated off-site, over the steel columns and drove them down into the clay to create a temporary base. Once the 4 walls were in place and sealed, they dug out the clay and poured in concrete to stabilize the foundations the house could then be built on. This home's clever design means you feel as if you are floating and living on the water. It's a project Raj couldn't be happier with.
It's been 30 years in the kind of concept stage and probably 6 or 7 years in the making. But it's been worth it.
(7,800 kilometers west), in the shadow of snow-capped Mount Hood, lies Portland, Oregon's largest city. This place takes much of its character from its old industrial heritage, inspiring many of its dwellers to be creative with design. Just 15 minutes west of the city, a sleepy suburb blends into its forest surroundings. In this most traditional of neighborhoods hides this most untraditional of homes. Emerging through the dense foliage is this unusual yet unassuming forest house. The house was built by retired software developer and music lover Roy Wilkinson as a sanctuary away from city life.
When I first came to Portland, I was determined to build my own home. I was not very excited about the sort of standard houses that were going up. They were all essentially variations on a theme, and then the themes were nice, but they weren't really that interesting. And I wanted something that I could really be happy with, well, be proud of. It needed to be wooded. It needed to have green and trees around it. The way the house is sited, I am not in a neighborhood, I'm in the forest. From the roadway, there's something down there, but you can't really see the house. And then as you come down the driveway, bit by bit, the house is revealed. Yeah, I mean, it's a work of art. I mean, that's what I wanted, that's what I got.
The house is built on a sloping plot. It covers 393 square meters across 3 floors. On the ground level, there's a garage to the left, a den, and beyond that, the living accommodation, kitchen, and reading room. A private terrace extends outwards from the rock face. The terrace hangs 9 meters above the ground. Downstairs are 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a utility storage area. Below that, there's a cellar. The structure of this house is built with a range of unusual materials. Local cedar forms the curved arcs of the building. Copper cladding that will age over time and blend with nature tops the roof. The timber shingles that cover the outer facade are irregular shaped to give the house a fairy tale quality. To one side of the house, a discreet gate leads to Roy's magical retreat. And what lies behind this gate is far from expected in suburban Portland.
So this is starting to enter my world through a Japanese garden. And the whole idea of this was to come home and leave the stress of workaday life into a more comfortable, calm environment. And with the garden water feature, you just have serene beauty that you're looking at.
Making the most of the spectacular surroundings, the unconventional design continues right to the front door.
This is a little out of the ordinary. Not your usual entryway. You don't buy these at Costco.
This D-shaped wood and glass door with a central swing pivot is designed to merge the house with the garden. The doorway blends seamlessly with the sweeping design of the home.
When I have people come to visit, this is where I first see their jaws drop. But when I open this door, their eyes bug out, their jaws drop, because they don't know quite what to expect, but most of them aren't expecting this.
Inside is even more quirky.
If the front door hadn't already dropped their jaw enough, their eyes widen even more, and it's just, you know, they've never seen anything like this. As you come in the front door, you enter space that I find very physically relaxing and calming. And it almost lifts you up in terms of your mood.
Large windows and an open-plan living space maximize natural light inside the house. These features allow Roy to feel like he lives within the forest itself. The theme continues throughout the bedrooms, bathrooms, and hallway. To bring his dream home to life, Roy worked with Robert Oschatz, an architect known for using unconventional forms in his designs.
So these drawings that I brought, they're the equivalent to the final drawings that were used to build the structure, and it's just like it looks today, so you haven't changed a thing.
My philosophy with this was that, you know, I was hiring an artist, and my belief is that when you hire an artist, you don't say, do this. You let them do their magic artistry.
For me, the important things was how you wanted to live in the house. You wanted a spot to relax and being close to the trees and close to the birds. And then the importance of music. You wanted to have good acoustics. Those were the things that I tried to do.
The sweeping curves of the wooden roof beams play an instrumental part in the acoustics and aesthetics of the house.
The ceiling was really important because being wood, it's like when a sound hits the violin, you know, it's the wood that makes the sound radiate out so beautifully. And then aesthetically, the house just kind of grows out of the site, and the beams here are all kind of like extensions of the trees that you're surrounded by. They're just continuous branches going out.
Another advantage of using wood is that it gave Robert great flexibility to use bold, irregular shapes in the structure. One of this home's most striking features is this cylinder that runs right through the center of the home.
It was like the tying element in a musical composition. It was the melody that ran through the house, and everything else worked off of it.
This cylinder shape comes alive in one of Roy's favorite rooms in the house.
This is my reading room. I have here a cylinder. Basically a soup can on its side. It's comfy, it's cozy, it's a nice, snug little place to cocoon in some sense. And I look out at more trees. I'm just looking at nature out there. And it fits the house.
From the reading room, the indoor and outdoor spaces merge together.
This is out on my deck. We're probably 20 or 30 feet up from the ground and pretty much surrounded by trees.
The outside deck launches into the air to give the feeling of being suspended in the treetops. This cantilevered deck is an impressive feat of structural engineering. To build it, first a sloping plot had to be excavated to create a stable base. Workers had to remove just over 30,000 kilograms of earth. They constructed a level, heavily reinforced concrete foundation. Steel posts rise up from this base to provide the support for the deck. This enabled the wooden deck to overhang the building's footprint without any additional bracing. There's one more hidden secret that's tucked away deep in the heart of the house. It helps music lover Roy hit all the right notes.
Clearly one of my favorite parts of the house, which is the wine cellar.
This Aladdin's cave of wine has enough space for over 2,500 bottles.
I sort of got interested in wine, some decades back, and I just sort of got going, kept going, and eventually got, more wine than I could drink in my lifetime.
Roy's sanctuary, inspired by his love of nature, comes alive when friends gather to indulge his other love, music.
The string quartet occasionally play here. This house is a work of art, and I look at it in a sense as a sculpture that I get to live in. And I don't think that there are that many people that can say that. I think it's wonderful. And my plan is to live here for the rest of my life.
This house unites Roy's passion for music, nature, and the finer things in life. "3,500 kilometers east is Lake Ontario in Canada, one of the largest bodies of fresh water on Earth. It was carved out by glaciers during the last ice age and has over 1,100 kilometers of dramatic shoreline. Vast open prairies dominate the land around here. This lakeside wilderness is the perfect place to build a secret home. Perched on a cliff top, only visible from out on the lake itself, is a house that swoops towards the water like an ocean liner. This incredible wedge-shaped home appears to push itself up out of the landscape. It's called Port Hope House. The owners are Louise and Peter Bletcher. After living in Toronto for many years, they went in search of somewhere secluded and spacious to bring up their two sons, Thomas and Oliver.
One of the appeals of this property is that it genuinely is hidden. It's legitimately hidden from view. We like the fact that the house is not in your face. As the crow flies across the water, We're 30, 40 miles from Rochester, New York. You know, we're a 7-hour drive from New York City. We're 50 minutes from Toronto. We're a mile and a half from milk and bread and shopping. Yet we have 100 acres right on the shores of Lake Ontario, which is really what makes it unique.
The house is built on a 100-acre plot overlooking Lake Ontario. It's constructed over 2 floors and covers 413 square meters. On the first floor is the master bedroom and ensuite bathroom, the office, and roof garden. On the ground floor is the living and dining space, kitchen and utility room, 3 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms, television room, garage, and swimming pool. The house is built from steel and glass with a distinctive zinc roof.
We kind of had an idea of how much space we needed in terms of, you know, we wanted basically 3-bedroom home and a guest bedroom, and then, you know, enough space to entertain. The intent was to make the house look like it had always been here and that it was part of the natural elements. We really wanted it to look like it belonged here, and that it wasn't something that wasn't part of the environment. And I think that we've really succeeded with that.
The home's swooping shape allows all rooms inside this house to have spectacular views out across the water.
So when you come in, although you're looking out to the garden to the east, your view is really forced towards the water. And going in the other direction around the curve, it follows sort of the area down towards the living quarters where the boys' rooms are. The house opens up, obviously, in this end of the house, which is the common living space. The idea was to create a very open concept area. Louise loves to cook. This is really where she loves to spend her time when we're entertaining. People still want to hang out in the kitchen when you're having friends over, so we decided to build this area really around the kitchen. The house opens up towards the water, and you get that massive, expansive view of the lake. And the knuckle of this room, if you will, is the fireplace, which is open to all 3 sides. Yeah, I think this is a really important part of the house to us, and certainly where we've done a lot of entertaining over the years.
But there's one internal feature that wasn't on Louise's original wish list.
So initially, this was just supposed to be an open space. The stairwell wasn't contemplated here. And during one of our site visits and while we were constructing it, Peter thought that wouldn't it be great if we could access the deck area instead of having to go up around through our bedroom to get out onto the deck. And quite frankly, it really is a great feature. We do use it a lot. And eventually we'll have a nice seating area up there. And it really is a beautiful access out to the exterior of the house. Well, you wouldn't know when you come in where it goes. It's not obvious until you actually go through the house and see the flow. So it actually connects the kitchen to the decking, and from the decking we can get to the pool, and from there we can also get up to our bedroom on the 2nd floor. So it really is a connecting point to the flow through the house.
Peter and Louise wanted a cozy family home that was at the same time unconventional. The master bedroom suite is their own private retreat within this secret house.
This would have to be my favorite area of the house. Floor-to-ceiling glass, incredible view over the lake. We can hear the bird life when the windows are open. In the summers, often we sleep with the blinds open. It feels like we're camping under the stars. So this is really Louise's and my sanctuary. We have the ensuite bathroom with our own steam room.
This view is really unique to this because we're quite high up and we're in the middle of the trees, it feels like. And when the foliage fills in, you literally feel like you're in the forest.
And of course, in the winter, you know, we have chunks of ice and small little icebergs floating out there. So
every season is different.
Every season really looks very different.
The design of this dramatic house that digs into the land at one end and soars out onto the lake at the other was conceived by architect Stephen Teeple.
It's very exciting to do a project where you can be inspired by the owner. Once you understand Peter and Louise's needs and wishes, but for instance, Peter wanted every principal room to have a view of the lake, but not every room. So once we understood that, it's up to us to create an idea that works with what Peter and Louise are looking for. It immediately struck us as a kind of like a plant, a natural form, so that it grew out of the ground like a flower, opening out to the sun and the view. So that was the analogy. And from that, everything flows in a way.
The curved shape of the house also means that from the inside, whatever is happening at one end of the home is shielded from the other. The far end of the house is a perfect place for a hideaway.
It's meant to sort of be its own self-contained pod. Built this very much also with the boys in mind. This is a media room, and it's meant to be sort of self-contained so that if they want to have friends over, you know, the whole thing sort of slides shut.
That's kind of the beauty of the house. You can kind of sanction off this area and just have this be our space, and our parents can be upstairs working in the office, and we'd have no idea that they were up there, right? And that's, I think they kind of intended that separation, that degree of separation between themselves and us and our friends.
The media room is set up so that, again, everything truly is hidden. We've got speakers hidden in behind the screen, speakers in the ceiling.
The whole house is filled with hidden technology.
So the only thing really that runs all of this is just this one remote. You can control the lighting. We can actually turn the hot tub on and off, close and open the pool cover, turn the fire bowls on. It's very nice to have this technology at our fingertips.
An innovative geothermal system heats both the pool and hot tub. A series of looped pipes under the ground are pumped with a type of antifreeze called glycol. As the liquid travels through this loop, it picks up heat from the surrounding soil and rock. This heat passes through an exchanger into a heat pump, which concentrates the heat to warm the water. The house was designed as a family home. It offers the perfect place for everyone to come together, but have their own space.
I think we've created a really wonderful, warm home. People often think of modern architecture as being very sterile and severe. We really enjoy having this space that really is inviting for family and friends.
I think this house is great to have as an escape and a getaway from the city. I look forward to weekends where I can just kind of get some peace of mind, come out here, do absolutely nothing.
You know, I mean, I really feel this is a place that I could see, you know, our grandkids and certainly our kids, you know, enjoying for many, many years to come, even after we're gone.
"5,600 kilometers southeast is the Algarve, Portugal's southernmost province. This part of the world is a holiday hotspot, renowned for its soaring cliffs and golden beaches. Surrounded on two sides by the Atlantic, it is a paradise for surfers. More than 7 million people visit the Algarve each year. The population of this beautiful corner of the country triples over the summer months. So finding a secret site for a home here is a challenge. "20 minutes inland, a world away from the bustling, tourist-filled coast, concealed by cork oak trees and fruit orchards, nestled into the landscape, is the spectacular pool house. This house gets its name from its hidden rooftop pool. This dramatic hilltop home was built for horticulturalist Nick Henley Welch and designed by architect Vitor Vilhena, who had free rein to create the perfect home.
Oh, cheers.
Okay. The idea was creating something unique. Nick found me because he would like to talk with me. Nick says he likes our work, and it was a reflection, the work that probably we'll doing for himself, you know, that's more or less, that's how it's happened. The main things was creating 3 rooms, that's one of the most important things, en suite. Of course, having an open plan that you can live dining, laughing, dinner, and all that stuff. Creating a house that will be a connection between inside and outside. Creating a nice relation, a direct relation between the house and all the environment, all the surroundings. And together we make this an amazing place. That's the most important thing.
The pool house is built into a hilltop. It stands on the footprint of a previous structure. The structure covers 300 square meters over 1 main floor. On the roof is the terrace and swimming pool. On the ground floor, there's an open carport. Inside, there are 3 bedrooms, each with ensuite bathroom. And the living space, with dining area and kitchen. Building this unique home did not come without its challenges. Local planning laws restricted the footprint of the new house. It could not exceed the 300 square meter footprint of the ruined building that occupied the site. Vitor's original design covered 350 square meters, so he devised a unique feature for the house to overcome this problem. A cantilevered wing hangs above the land at one end of the house. This gives the house the extra space, but still fits onto the original footprint. And the suspended carport provides shade for vehicles. The pool house combines clean design with practical living. The 70 square meter main space answers Nick's minimalist desires.
One of the conditions to the house was having a huge living as big as possible. And of course we have a huge living area. I think it's amazing, you know. It didn't know what kind of fireplace we're gonna have it. But for me, it's one of the amazing areas because we can switch it for the place that you can be from the dining area or in the living area. It's a nice element and it's a nice aesthetic element that cuts the living area with the dining area.
The pool house's hilltop perch gives the home breathtaking views over the Portuguese landscape. The building's picture windows create the perfect gateway to soak them up.
We will open completely the windows, you see. The idea is creating a corner That will be a complement of the outside and the inside. We have a different house, you see? We are still inside, but we are also outside. It is amazing because you can sit in the dining area, even you can cook there, and you can lay down on the sofa, and you don't have anything that obstructs your view.
But that isn't the only surprise in this open-air living room.
We have a secret door that hides completely the relation between the dining area and the kitchen area, because we can slide the door and change it to a different place.
What an ingenious way of hiding the washing up from your dinner guests. In this home, the master bedroom and 2 further guest rooms sit on the same floor as the main living space.
All the rooms en suite, it was a requirement from the client because it was something that he wanted from the beginning. We have a sliding door. Of course, it's a compliment to have it as simple as possible, not losing space, having an open door. When we are inside the bathroom, we try to use a natural stone with the same color of the outside surroundings. We find a stone that gives us more or less the look of the mountains.
In the internal corridor, a unique staircase leads up to the roof level that conceals this home's most secret feature.
It's a massive block of stone fitted in the wall, then provides us to a secret, we can call it like a secret area with the secret stairs that go a secret place. Because no one realized that we have this kind of stairs.
The home's defining secret feature has extraordinary views of the surrounding hills and this spectacular rooftop pool.
It's the best area of the house because no one realized that we're having this kind of area here. In the beginning, it wasn't so easy to explain to Nick that we're going to have a swimming pool on the roof. He said, Vitor, what are you going to do? And I said, Nick, don't worry.
And what an innovative idea it is. The pool appears suspended in mid-air. It's an exceptional piece of engineering. The pool sits in the section of the house that overhangs the landscape. It is built very much like a cantilevered bridge, a structure that is supported from one end and projects horizontally into free space. The weight that anchors the main house to the ground allows the pool to extend out into the air. All the pressure pushes back into the house and down into the foundations. Tension cables within the walls of the pool provide extra strength. All this enables the pool to overhang the building's footprint without any visible support. Vitor was tasked with building a new home for someone else. What he didn't expect was how he would feel at the end of the process.
I feel the house like it was mine, I feel it like part of me. And I like to be sitting on the living area. The living area is an amazing place. Everything happens here. And that's a secret place for me. For me, it's an amazing place.
Vitor and Nick have created a bold, contemporary house on the site of an old ruin. With panoramic views and an incredible design, it's an ingenious secret home. Imagine living in a home that sits secluded in a forest. On a 100-kilometer beach, or on top of a mountain. In this series, we travel the globe to explore some of the world's most secret homes, hidden away in truly inspiring locations. From jungle hideaways and secluded mountain cabins.
This is what it's all about. I love it.
To coastal sanctuaries and desert retreats.
It does something to your soul.
We explore how these spectacular homes were built.
It was amazing because it was lost for 70 years.
And meet the people who live in them.
People come in and say, oh, wow.
No one's expecting it.
As we discover the world's most secret homes. Scandinavia. An extreme landscape of ice and snow, of forests, fjords, and volcanoes. The glaciers and mountains here may look like a great place to live, but building a house in an icy wilderness like this and getting to it poses a huge challenge. Somewhere in this mountain range is a house that blends perfectly into its surroundings. Can you spot it? There are no roads here. There are no obvious pathways. Getting to this remote spot is not for the faint-hearted. In the summer, it is a 5-hour hike. In winter, access is via helicopter. But the extreme journey is worth it for the family who built this incredible, secret mountainside house. It's called the Hunting Cabin. The people who own this remarkable retreat are Osvald and Torhild. Osvald and Torhild are from a family of sheep farmers. Their family has owned the land that surrounds the cabin for many years.
I remember as a young boy and also as a young man roaming these mountains with my family. And more or less every time I came to this precise spot where we built the cabin with my father, he would lean on his walking stick and say, Oswald, we should really have a cabin here. This is really where we could get some rest. And then a little bit later, after the pause, he would say, yeah, and my father always said that too.
The Hunting Cabin is a tiny single-story construction on the mountainside. It is just 35 square meters. There's a small kitchen area, central living space, and a mezzanine level accessible by ladder. There's a separate toilet and wash house outside the cabin. Although the idea of the cabin had been in the minds of the family for many years, when it came to actually building the structure in these unspoilt mountains, there were responsibilities that needed to be met.
When we talked about the features of this, it should be modest, not disturb the area in any way, look as if it was a natural part of this physical environment. We wanted to tap into ancient building traditions in the area, yet use modern materials to make it strong, so it could hopefully stand tall for a very long period of time. I'm very happy with it now.
Now that it is complete, the hunting cabin has become central to the life of this family.
I feel that this cabin is such a hidden place, and it's such a secret place where you hike into. So when you come there, you feel that you are so far away from anything else that you couldn't believe it.
So this is it. This is like the perfectly use of 35 square meters. You have a small kitchen. We can make 3 or 4 course dishes here, which are eminent and beautiful. So that we enjoy a lot. This is the dining table. This is this majestic stone, which has brought in here. We sit around, this is like a combination of an Indian inspired when you were sitting in the tents in the old days around the fire. You have a stove here that we lit with logs.
And really, that's about it. Once you have a place to eat, sleep and keep warm, what more do you need? However, tiny though this cabin is, it does conceal an extraordinary secret.
What you might not realize here is that this small space, we're actually able to host 21 people. So this has been very, very carefully planned. And we have 13 people who can sleep down here around this stove. And then there are 8 people up on this sleeping area above here.
Cozy though this is, 21 people will need some privacy at some point.
So you might have noticed that, of course, there is no bathroom here or a toilet, and there is no running water here, there is no electricity. But we have like a fantastic outhouse just across from here, which is hard. It's very camouflaged, etc., but it really is well put together. And then, of course, in terms of electricity, we really don't need it. So we are totally off-grid.
Built to accommodate the 21 members of Osvald and Torhild's extended family, the cabin is positioned to look out onto this spectacular panorama to make the most of the views. Osvald and Torhild built this cabin as an escape from their busy lives, for themselves and their family. They chose family friend architect Kjetil Thorsen to design this extreme lodge.
So the brief we were given was to create a 35 square meter cabin, which could house 21 people for a night or 2. You should be able to cook for 21 people. You should be able to serve 21 people. 21 people should be sitting around the fireplace, the same fireplace, and actually get warm. So yes, even though it was a very small footprint and a very small cabin, the complexity of the task was quite high. The idea of the building from the very beginning was that it would become part of the landscape.
The shape of the cabin is inspired by the idea of a section of peeled back turf. To build it, the team used hand-hewn local pine, rocks from the mountainside, and flagstones from the family farm. High winds and snow pummel this mountainside for up to 6 months of the year. So the cabin has been engineered to withstand everything that the Scandinavian weather can throw at it. 2 steel arches support the main structure. Timber logs fill the gaps between the arches. A grass roof helps keep the logs in place. A stone wall fills the steepest edge of the house, which is too vertical for grass. Small panes of glass make up the front window. And the glass is recessed into the facade to protect it from the worst of the weather. Now that the cabin is complete, Osvald and Torhild use it a lot, particularly when the skiing is good.
It's lovely. Well, there's a lot of beautiful places around the world, but this is what it's all about. Oh, I love it.
This cabin is the ultimate extreme retreat. It's been a dream for this family for many years, and now they're making the most of it.
It is, in a way, some kind of memorial for those who used to walk these mountains before us. Is it secret? Well, it is a secret. It was a secret dream for us for a long time.
Pablo Picasso, he once said that the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. And I feel that was what and I felt that it is a pleasure to give this gift away to the next generation.
Eight 8,500 kilometers southwest is the American state of California. Just 160 kilometers north of Los Angeles sits the desert town of Tehachapi. Today, with most of the local industry now dedicated to wind farming, living around here may be quieter, but building a home in this extreme environment is a huge challenge. Hidden in this remote landscape, 8 kilometers down a dirt track, with only a few coyotes for company, lies an extraordinary secret home. Invisible to all except the owners, concealed deep in the wilderness, this contemporary retreat, called the Sawmill, as a nod to past local industry, sits in around 140,000 square meters of land, giving the owners total seclusion from the modern world. With their main home in LA, owners, engineer Bruce Schaefer and retired art teacher and ceramicist wife Carol wanted an escape from busy city life. But realizing their dream home in this arid wilderness was no simple task.
It's an unexpected surprise back here. It looks like it belongs, but it's a surprising and delightful thing to come across. It's different from every angle. There's all these rectangles that fit together in interesting ways, and it's just always interesting.
This unusually shaped house has been designed to make the most of its extreme surroundings.
Welcome to Sawmill. This is our getaway.
This home of 248 square meters is built with all its main rooms on one level in the middle of a tough desert landscape. Its layout is inspired by the idea of tents encircling a central campfire. The house is comprised of 3 wings. Each wing has a bedroom and an ensuite bathroom. One doubles up as an office, the other as an artist's studio. A solid concrete central hearth in the living room connects the rooms together. There's also an expansive kitchen and dining room and basement storage.
Usually there's a little bit of wow when people first show up.
Yeah, there's a bit of magnificence that people look up and they look around. It reminds me how I feel when I walk into like a cathedral or something.
The house is filled with drama and light. But first and foremost, Bruce and Carol wanted a home where friends and family could come together and enjoy the beauty of the desert setting.
This is a room where the family gathers in the evening usually, and it's the common area. It's the space where we enjoy each other's company and relax and enjoy the warmth of the fireplace.
The hearth sits at the heart of this modern take on the classic Californian country cabin. The fireplace is built from solid concrete.
So another nice thing about the fireplace is these steel doors that gives you full access to the fireplace.
I think it's like having a sculpture in the middle of the room. I think it's a really beautiful object in itself.
There you go.
The concrete chimney has an internal flue. So when the fire is lit, heat rises up the flue, the concrete warms up, and emits heat back into the entire open-plan space. For Bruce and Carol, creating this house was not only about having a home that could take in the breathtaking surroundings, but also creating a focal point for family and friends.
The living room is a small gathering area, but looking that way is this grand view that I never get tired of.
And what a view it is. As you've probably guessed by now, there is nothing conventional about this cabin in the woods. This is a house to be shared, so space for guests is important. 3 bedrooms lead off the central living area, each in its own self-contained wing.
This is one of the 3 boxes that are around the main room. Each of these boxes has its own bathroom, and this is the guest room that we probably use the most. It's also Bruce's office.
The nice thing about the separate wings is that you can close these big barn doors and feel like you're in your own space, and you can retreat from the larger group.
This is a house full of surprises. It's about boxes that connect with each other and rooms that reveal other rooms. When it came to creating a master bedroom suite, for Bruce and Carol, the important thing was to frame that exceptional view.
One thing that I especially like about this space is when you're camping and you first open your tent window and you get to see where you are outside in a lovely environment, pulling up the blinds in the morning very much has that feeling in this space.
Sawmill is where Bruce and Carol come to relax. But because they love to share this space, this eclectic house also needs to be multi-purpose. And this room contains a secret, something completely surprising and extra special.
This is my studio. It's where I do my ceramics work. When we designed this space, I wanted it to be a creative workspace, but we also knew that it had to be a guest room.
And engineer Bruce had a fantastic idea.
So as I turn this wheel, the bed is lowering. It's able to do that because we have a cable system from here all the way over to the bed, and we have a counterweight that allows it to be done with very little effort.
This so fits my husband's personality. Just designing this whole gadget, and it was challenging, but he totally made it work, and it's awesome.
Looking at this spectacular home, you'd be forgiven for thinking Bruce and Carol had been designing it in their heads for years. But the reality behind the genesis of their home is rather surprising.
The land came first without knowing what we were going to build. I think I typed something into Google like cool cabins. That was the very beginning of looking for Tom.
Bruce and Carol worked with the internationally renowned architect Tom Kundig to design their new home.
They were wondering if I would even be remotely interested in working on this really remote site in California, and of course, I couldn't be more excited about that.
And once Tom was on board, the final design quickly followed.
We came to him with our story of what we wanted the house to be used for. And he took that idea and used it. And I think over a weekend, sent this very loosely drawn sketch that turned out to be the final design.
I think he might have done it on the airplane home from his visit. Just an amazing sketch, an amazing idea.
It wasn't on a napkin, but it might as well have been. I mean, it was sort of had that sort of napkin drawing kind of look.
It was very clear because of this remote site that this was a house that had to be efficiently laid out. Everybody has their own separate bedroom, their own area. As their kids grow up and they have kids, they have their own, almost like a little hut attached to this central core of the building. That's where the family comes together. In a kind of wonderful way, you could say this is the campfire. This is where the family gathers around that campfire.
Once the design was complete, the build got underway and took 5 years to finish. And what Tom created was an utterly breathtaking modern take on the country cabin. Building the house on such a remote plot created many challenges, but challenges are made to be met. And Bruce and Carol now have a home that has very little impact on the local environment.
Being 5 miles from the paved road puts us out of reach of utilities, water, electricity, natural gas. So we're off-grid. So we have a water well, and the house is powered with solar power.
I have to say, for what it's worth, that Bruce is really the only person that understands all of the workings of this house. I can come up here by myself and probably be comfortable. If anything goes wrong, he's really the only one who knows how to work everything. It's complicated.
Tom has created a tailor-made and relaxing home for Bruce and Carol. But this isolated home conceals one final secret.
One conversation I remember having with Tom is that we found any excuse to go outside. And so he just took that and made a living space where we basically had that all the time.
How do you make a building morph itself so it can kind of open, you know, like a flower, or close like a flower, in a sense, almost undress itself or dress itself?
Tom devised a glass wall that can be completely removed, blurring the lines between the house and nature.
Here we go.
The hand wheel and accompanying gearbox are from an old water pump found on site by Bruce. This wheel operates a small gearbox that turns a long steel shaft. The shaft is attached to another gearbox, which engages with a concealed chain. Just like a chain on a bicycle, as the chain turns, the glass wall, weighing 1,360 kilos, opens smoothly.
These devices are literally just extensions of us. When you do something manually, you actually become part of that machine.
Maybe the door is a guy thing, but to move the entire wall of a house by your hands, it's very satisfying.
Bruce and Carol live in a house that is spectacular, yet homely too. It's exactly what they wanted. But with an engineer in the house, will it ever truly be finished?
It never really felt like there was a spot in time where this thing was finished, and I don't think it is finished, and I don't think it ever will be, really. So it was just so gradual that you don't really notice that it's done. I guess it is. Is it done? He's laughing because he knows it's not.
The projects will never be done.
No.
Bruce and Carol live in a house that is spectacular, yet homely too. It is a beautiful little slice of modernity in the Southern Californian desert that will be loved and enjoyed for many years to come. (9,900 kilometers southeast is the city of Sao Paulo in Brazil, the largest city south of the equator. Just 2 hours' drive from the city are the Sierra do Mar Mountains. The mountains here form a breathtaking coastline, cloaked with lush vegetation and surrounded by pristine sands. This protected sliver of Atlantic rainforest has changed very little since European explorers first arrived on these shores 500 years ago. These dense forests may look like the idyllic place to build a secret hideaway, but it's a huge challenge. Camouflaged amongst the tree canopy, shrouded by the rainforest mists, sits a home in perfect harmony with its surroundings. This modern home was designed to blend organically into the tropical ferns, palms, and jacaranda trees that conceal it. This is the Jungle House. The house covers 805 square meters and has been constructed over 3 floors. On the top floor is the living area, dining space, kitchen, and terrace with a pool. On the first floor is the family room and 6 bedrooms, each with its own private terrace. On the ground floor is the housekeeper's apartment, children's playroom, and utility room. This area is part of a World Heritage Site, so the building plot allowed was narrow and carefully controlled. Designing and constructing a home here was a unique engineering challenge for Samantha Cafado.
This area is a protected Atlantic rainforest, so there are heavy restrictions to build here. We didn't have to cut trees. The plot has already a clearing of the vegetation.
These restrictions forced Samantha to be creative in her design approach.
The design concept was to connect the architecture to the nature. At the same time, we tried to gently insert the house into the mountain. The climate is a very important aspect for the design because you needed to deal with the humidity, and also the mountainside was a great challenge.
The house was designed as 3 boxes sitting on top of each other to anchor it up the mountainside. It sits on a rocky outcrop on one side and is supported by 2 pillars at the front. The entrance is a discreet staircase that disappears into a poured concrete ceiling. It looks like the doorway to an alien spaceship.
It's kind of mysterious element. You don't know what you find upstairs. This is the first place when you arrive into the house. This is a cozy area for the family to relax together. At this level, we are at the same level as the trees. I especially like this window that frames the vegetation.
The other rooms on this floor were designed to be surrounded by the rainforest to make them secluded. The master bedroom suite and 5 additional bedrooms sit on this level. Each bedroom has its own enclosed private space.
Each of the rooms has a bathroom and a balcony. These folding panels filters the light. They offer privacy and ventilation also.
To take advantage of the landscape and the views, the main living area has been created at tree level on the home's uppermost floor.
This is the top floor, and here we have all the living and leisure spaces.
In this vast space which opens onto the rainforest, there is a living room and dining area. One side of the room conceals a clever secret space, an invisible kitchen.
The client asked us to create a kitchen that could be open to the living room or closed. So that's why we designed these sliding folding doors.
This floor also has a sauna and jacuzzi.
What I like the most of this house is the deep connection between the architecture and the nature.
The glass doors on the upper level open up completely, so the living room becomes part of the rainforest outside.
Here in this deck, we are so close to nature that you can almost touch the trees. That's why it's called the jungle house, because you're really in the middle of the jungle. This is the pool. It's one of the best features of the house. In order to see the view, we wanted to put the pool on the rooftop. So it was a big engineering challenge also, because to get the depth we need, we raised the flooring around it.
Engineers had to double the thickness of the supporting floor to give enough depth to the pool and add stability. With the concrete installed, engineers raised the pool's surrounding high above the deck. This added extra depth and brought the water level in line with the sea. The ultimate effect, a one-of-a-kind rainforest infinity pool. The jungle house conceals one more surprise.
There is a secret space on the rooftop.
Climb a tiny ladder and it reveals a majestic view that stretches down through the rainforest to the Atlantic Ocean. This green roof is not only beautiful, but also insulates the house and protects it from the heat of summer. It's just one more innovative feature that integrates this magnificent home into the jungle.
I feel very happy with the result of the design. Actually, it's much better than I imagined from the beginning.
The design works perfectly, especially when the sun goes down.
I think it's more blended into the nature than I imagined. I definitely wanted to live here.
This secret house was created to form a relationship between nature and design. And it looks perfectly at home in the mountaintop rainforest. (9,400 kilometers northeast is the Isle of Wight. Separated from mainland England by a stretch of water called the Solent, this diamond-shaped island has 90 kilometers of secluded coves and pristine sandy beaches. The small village of Gurnard sits on the northeast coast of the island. Secluded within the natural habitat here, with no other beachside neighbours, is a spectacular, yet secret home. Hidden amongst the trees here sits a house at one with nature. The building was designed to blend seamlessly with the lush environment around it. This is the Hidden Island House. The owner of this remarkable waterfront property is New Zealand-born sailmaker John Welsh.
Around 2005, 2006, we started looking for a property in the UK. My wife was actually from the island originally, and we were living in the States at the time. I was desperate to live on the water, you know, and one of the reasons to come back to the island was to try and get a waterfront property.
The house sits on a 45-degree slope and has been sandwiched to fill the entire width of the plot. It has a steel frame combined with glass and concrete that covers 805 square metres over 2 floors. On the top level is the living space, dining area, kitchen and terrace, all designed to maximise the spectacular views. Downstairs there are 4 bedrooms, 1 with ensuite and a family bathroom. All this sits on top of a 4-metre teardropped concrete tube base with a door leading onto the coastal garden. John not only wanted the property to be near the water where he worked, but also offer total seclusion.
When you come down a long drive between 2 fences, and at the end of that you kind of see 1 window in the house. You can actually get a slight glimpse of the ocean because you can see right through the glass both sides, but it's only a small hint. Once you get down, it opens up and you find our house hidden away in the woods. It's black, a high gloss black, and equally once you get a bit further back, the glass also becomes black, so it really disappears into the woods as a black box, which is the way it was designed to be.
John's garden has indigenous trees to camouflage the house and tie the site to his New Zealand heritage.
I'm a Kiwi, so there's a lot of ferns, and it feels a little bit like a tropical haven.
From deep within the foliage, a wooden pathway opens up, leading to a narrow footbridge, which links to the ground floor.
As you walk into the house, you'll see that we have a spiral staircase here, which is a feature, and then obviously it's a little bit of an entrance hall with some nice artwork.
Each of the 4 bedrooms on this level have a corner view with partial glass walls to give the sense of floating in the treetops.
Off the master bedroom here, we have an ensuite, which is the bath in front of the window, which is fantastic. You can sit here in the winter and look out at the view. I'm sure, you know, if they really wanted to, they could probably see us from the water, but it would be difficult, and we are very private on the front here.
It's up the spiral staircase where the staggering views really take your breath away.
I really enjoy walking up the stairs here and you look out and the expansive view opens up. Until you actually get up here, you're not really aware of what you're going to see, and we're much closer to the water than you'd imagine, so we have a fantastic view. To me, this epitomises the house, really. We're in the sun, we're next to the ocean, we can watch the boats go by. It's all what I wanted, and we enjoy it every day, and it's never the same.
John wanted the picturesque outlook to be the main feature of the house. So the front of the house is fully glazed and faces out onto the sea. But there's a special place which John keeps hidden from sight.
Upstairs here is pretty much totally open plan, but we have one little secret room tucked away in the corner that we sneak into if we want to watch TV. So this is our little snug room. It's a lovely little room, and the family love it, and you wouldn't know it was here, and it's a nice place just to sit and relax.
This house has many surprising elements.
All modern architecture, the devil's in the detail, and what looks like a very simple black box, which in many ways it is, it's the detailing that goes with that that makes it nice inside. And so you end up with full height doors, you end up with the window frames sunk into the construction, just lots of little simple details like that create a very crisp image, which is difficult to create and actually difficult to build as well, because it requires a very high specification of finish.
To realise his dream of building on the water, John worked with fellow sailor and architect Jonathan Manser.
It was one of those occasions where the client and the architect want exactly the same thing, a modern house that made the best of the view.
But it was a difficult site to build on because the ground here is always moving. So Jonathan had to do something quite extreme.
The reason this slope is more difficult to build on than just being a slope is because it's a sort of mixture of clay and gravel and big lumps of rock. So the whole thing is on the move all the way along this coastline here, which is why in the planning guidance, this particular site, it's assumed that you can't do any building work at all. You know, no building here. And so we had to come up with a solution which a lot of people who looked at the site were too frightened to contemplate. So what we've done is create this concrete tear-shaped cylinder under the middle of the house, and that's not going to move.
It took innovative engineering and detailed geological surveys to ensure that this family home had a solid footing on the unstable soil here. Geological reports determined the foundations needed to be sunk 26 meters underground to find a solid point of anchor. Engineers inserted 10 concrete piles into the ground to create a solid base. Each pile was just over 30 centimeters wide. And they then poured more concrete to form a pile cap to hold it all together. Finally, they laid ties in the soil to connect the foundations of the house to a stable part of the hillside. With the foundation secured, they built the two-story home on top of the concrete piles and anchored it with steel rods.
When I look back, I guess we're arguably a little naive because we got a price on the piling. It was obviously more than we anticipated, but at the same time, I didn't really think through the risk. I think if you thought through the risk properly, you may not have done it.
I think looking at it now, all that process, it's actually really been worthwhile, and I just think it's quite an achievement. Quite pleased with it, really.
Jonathan's team transformed the concrete tube at the base of the house into a remarkable secret room.
What we have done is use the resulting structural solution with this concrete tube, and we've put stuff into the concrete tube rather than just leaving it empty. We've got a utility room and shower room and storage and so on. And then coming out onto this terrace so that you can walk out and down the stairs and down to the beach.
A beach that's so remote, it's virtually private. John's gamble of building on this challenging site has paid off.
When I look back at a house like this, it's a bit of a structural triumph, I think. It's fun to look at it, and you keep on thinking, wow, there's a lot of house sitting on a very small base, and it's pretty impressive engineering. Yeah, my heart is in sailing and passion. My passion is really sailing, and I'm also a sailmaker by trade, so it's always fun. You see your clients going by, you know who's out sailing, you know who's training, you know what's going on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, there's something a bit special about living next to water, being able to hear the waves at night, hear the boats going by. I just feel quite at home next to the ocean.
John's house is a triumph of design and engineering, and a home where he can work, rest, and sail to his heart's content.